Greetings, chess friends. Ideally, my mic is on. Welcome once again to Goa for round 2.2 of the 2025 FIDE World Cup. A massive knockout tournament with many of the world's best players. 3 spots in the candidates tournament at stake for the 2026 World Chess Championships. And the tournament, as we mentioned, is being held in Goa, a small state on the Indian coast where the largest city is actually called Vasco da Gama, the name of a Portuguese explorer on whom I did a research report when I'm not going to call it a research paper because, as I was going to finish the phrase, because I did this when I was, 7, 8 years old, so it was not an incredible level of scholarship, but I was surprised to learn that his name still adorns the largest city in the state. And if we're talking language, I was wondering what's the language there? There's so many different languages in India. Do they speak Portuguese there perhaps, as much of India still speaks English? The main language in Goa is Konkani. I'd never heard of that before. It being one of the smallest Indian states. There is, in fact, I think, area-wise, it's the smallest Indian state. It's either size or population. Population-wise, the 4th smallest. Size-wise, the smallest. So, welcome, chess lovers, to Goa. And today we're going to be seeing the second game in a bunch of matches. Yesterday, the first game in these matches were played. These are 2-game matches. You can see here, if this thing works, you'll be able to see here a list of these matches. We're going to start opening up some boards. So basically, the players are trying to get 1.5 out of 2, meaning, for example, in this match between Martin Petrov and Arjun Erigaisi. If Erigaisi draws or wins the game today, he'll advance to round 3. Petrov would need to win with black to tie the match 1-1, in which case they would play rapid and potentially blitz tie breakers tomorrow. So we've got several matches undecided. All matches undecided after the first game. But interestingly, no huge upsets yesterday. I mean, unless you count draws as being huge upsets. And we're going to scroll down here a bit. We're going to try to find the second game between Vidit and, you know what? We're going to give Gurgai some props here for throwing everything at Shakhriyar yesterday. And Gurgai's got white today, so perhaps he'll throw more stuff at his opponent in an attempt to equalize the match. Let's see if we can find the board of Oro. Oro impressed us with his play yesterday as black against Vidit. Honestly, he probably gave Vidit a small scare. So, yeah, we're gonna give him more love today for the great thing he did yesterday, just like Gurgai Cantor up against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Did a great job there. I'm going to scroll down, way down here, to some of the maybe closer matchups. See how Peter Lecco does. What format do I prefer to play in? Match like this, Swiss, round robin. I've never had the privilege of playing in a tournament like this, so I wouldn't really know, right? Every tournament I've played in, more or less, was a Swiss. I've played a few round robins. They were fine. Do I prefer them to a Swiss? No, not especially. I guess an open an open Swiss is my favorite format, but I've played in very few formats. So I wouldn't really know well. Fine Brian asks, how do players afford to travel for the tournament? Well, the tournament's got a large budget. So even the players losing the first round are probably coming out okay. Let's open a few more games, and then we can look up some of the details on that. Fine Brian, find out how much the players are winning or losing in this second round here of the tournament. Hi, Sushan. Good to have you too. And I would be remiss not to mention that Magyar Zerker, who will be happy that I've opened 3 games, Magyar. You see that? And 2 out of 3 Hungarians. Oro kicks off the round with 1e4 here against Vidit in a hurry to get things going. Yes. Let's fix our eval bar. And perhaps bring in Jesse immediately. Wow. Jesse on the spot today. Hey, buddy. Um, Good. How are you? I slept for 2.5 hours tonight.
This you also did it for weeks and weeks with barely no sleep.
Yeah.
Is this one worse than the other one? Like even less sleep for you?
Yeah, this one's at 1:30. The other was at 3 a.m. Samarkand was 3 a.m.,
Mm-hmm.
which made a difference. Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Haley Black, and shout out to you. Oh, sorry, I'm assuming Black. What do I know? Blsk.
I'm gonna light up a bunch of tabs and
Nice.
like but maybe not 1,000, maybe 6 tabs, and then I'll just cover 6 games.
All right.
6 games. Okay. And okay, so number one, Gukesh. Maybe we'll start there. What do you think of the Gukesh, bud?
Sure. We could click on Gukesh. Um, you know what? I'm actually gonna scroll here through here a little bit and see if there's any opening that looks particularly good to me. We got London system, Neo Catalan, Petrov. Oof. Maybe Andy Woodward. I mean, some of these people played great matches yesterday. Um, Jesse wants to work on my nerves here by making me watch my dear Gukesh. Ay, ay, ay. It's
It's
tough.
questionable. Well, dude, I mean, let's just say, like he's had trouble against lower rated players, as we saw in the last candidates tournament, right? And this guy, he's playing some 2,500. He loses a bunch of points if he draws to him. And yeah. Now, I do want to say what's mildly interesting. about this particular opening too is a lot of dojoers love this. Not even dojoers, but people at the level of like I don't know, 1300 to 1800 love this setup with the reverse Carlsbad, let's call it, right? In the against the Caro-Kann. So to me, though, it's just an equal position. Uh, but it's interesting. It's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, very popular indeed. Um, Now, Nogerbeck probably was able to predict this opening since Gukesh played the Karl Khan every game in Samarkand, right? So he'd done a bunch of work on this opening. He trotted it out at his last tournament. He brings it back for a second tournament in a row. So they're going to be ready. Um, Sushan wondering who we're rooting for. Well, Jesse and I are both rooting for Gukesh here for several reasons, including the fact that we each picked him to win this tournament in our prediction brackets. Jesse also, we'll see if I was paying attention, wants the following three people to earn spots in the candidates. Jesse wants Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi, and Wesley So to be the three qualifiers. So he's going to be rooting for those players, I think, to progress through the next few rounds. Did I get that right, boss?
Yeah, and I think, but for example, for today, since Arjun won as black, unless he starts having a losing position as white today, I don't think we should look at it because he's gonna hold. Let's just assume for a moment that he's gonna hold this game against Martin Petrov.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not gonna have that as one of my tabs.
Yeah.
It's interesting who to follow. Like Prague is already qualified. Um, but I don't know. We could take a look at that. Anish, he's next. He's already qualified.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an interesting position. Um, don't go there yet, but he did a whole course on the winnower, the French featuring the winnower, which I have never liked as black, but he is playing against it. He's playing
Against it.
white
Yeah.
against the winnower now. Well, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Now, Wesley So drew yesterday against this dude Titas, and he has black. So it'd be great to see Wesley qualify. So I'm going to put that as one of my tabs. Boom. I'll put Wesley as one of my tabs. Um, we'll also take hints from the crowd of who they want to carry. But this is my challenge, David, that makes it funky for me. Definitely Keimer, one of my tabs. Though maybe he's just going to win today.
Well, he won with black and has white today, right? So he's in a
Maybe
similar
you're
boat
right.
as Erigaisi. Very, very strong position for Vincent to have won the first game with black in one of these
Very
little
true.
matches.
Very true. So actually, maybe not. Um, the thing I was going to say is I this part of the tournament I enjoy less as a commentator because I feel like we're bouncing all around.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me from a selfish perspective to get the kind of analysis of positions that I normally get out of this thing, which does feel like training to me, right?
Yeah.
Um, in any case, maybe that's just a plea for, hey, um, if we can stop on any given position, we should. I guess the next one for sure is then Abdu, right?
I was wondering about that. Yeah.
Yeah, because he drew yesterday and needs to beat a 25-25. The other thing
Yeah,
that's
but
sad, of course,
again,
yeah,
you always got to put an asterisk. You got to say that's a Kazakh rating.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Nothing easy about that.
Well, what I was going to say too is a thing that both me and you don't like is we could well imagine this thing going to the tiebreak zone
Hmm.
amongst many other matches today.
Oh, yeah.
And then me and you are just not pumped on that, dude.
Right. So, for example, I mean, if you look at the variation played by Faustino Oro, Vidit played the uh, what do you call it? The Berlin against him, and Faustino played one of these lines with Bishop F1, Knight takes E5. These
Mm,
lines are sometimes very, very
yeah,
drawish, right? Sometimes
very
petering
drunk.
out very quickly. So we even have to wonder when I'm looking at the opening in a
Mm-hmm.
game two where the first game was a draw. I have to look at the opening and ask myself, is this player legit going to try to win today, or is there somebody who just wants to draw and play the tiebreaker?
Now, about that position, though, I would like to say, um, I'm sure the computer probably says this is equal, but when I look at it, I'm like, well, wait a second. White's got the two bishops, and there's no reason really to think, just at least optically, that he is not maybe a touch better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that could be a thing. I thought that was the most exciting game yesterday, by the way. I think
Mm-hmm.
this is our most exciting match, just to see if this guy could pull it off against a very strong 2700. I was bummed that he didn't win that position. I thought he played a lot of nice moves yesterday. Very impressive moves, dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
incredible, folks. For anyone who wasn't there yesterday, anyone who was, you already know because you were there with us. You saw how Oro played. But I initially wasn't even going to cover this match. 200-point mismatch. I was going to focus on like the 2600 versus 2600 matches. Matches like Lecco versus Bobby Cheng. It doesn't have the star power of some other matches, but it's like a match where you don't yet have a clear favorite. You don't yet know who's likely to win. And I figured in later rounds, this is a long month. We'll get to see, Wesley So eventually, I thought, right? But this round, he'd probably be winning. Um, but some people called for Oro, and we ended up watching his game, and it was incredible. And Jesse, I went over the game with the much of the game with the engine yesterday
uh-huh.
after we had spent hours looking at it. Dude, some insane stuff.
Well, right, that
Insane.
whole
Some of the
variation. Yeah, that whole variation of G4, dude. Holy moly.
yeah, but also notable the move Queen E8. Queen
Uh-huh.
E8. That was the top engine move.
Ooh, okay.
A6 was the top engine move, which was already a deep idea. We were expecting black to just develop, and he plays A6, emphasizing that bishop. So that was impressive. But then that Queen E8 was the top engine move. That's just like, how do you come up with moves like that? Oh man. Oh man. So actually, as Jesse's saying, this turned into an interesting match here between Oro and Vidit.
Yeah. Okay, I'm adding another one. Adding another. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have seven tabs. I broke my word. Because I also okay, and I'll tell you which tabs I have. Um, so it's gonna be amazing. We're gonna miss some people, of course. You, we're eventually probably gonna look at everything, but I just at least for the beginning want to focus on what I feel are the big ones. So I'm Gukesh. I got Gukesh. Uh, Wesley So, Nor Abdu, and then we got Niemann, and we got Jan against an Indian kid. Maybe we call that the Indian rating. And of course, Oro. And then Aravind, this guy Aravind, I still want to know what he's about, kind of a new guy in the scene. I don't know much about him at all.
You said you had Jan,
Yeah,
like Nepo?
yeah.
Interesting.
Why not Nepo? It
Sure, sure,
seems like,
whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm sure there's definitely other games to look at too, but it's just I don't want to do too much. I feel like it'll get wacky.
Oh yeah, I'm just
So how about maybe you could you'll probably have other games you want to look at too, but why don't we pick one of those games or one of the ones you want to look at and just stare at it for a second, Dave?
mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, let me see. Interesting. I'm just opening up some boards here. Wow. Okay. Noterbeck against Makhniov. Interesting matchup.
Oh, we have the Shanklin game too, man. But Shanklin has white
Shanklin has
today.
white, so yeah, it's not a focus.
But we'll say definitely people were rooting for the Shanklin, friend of the dojo.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it would be if he makes a good run at it, it would be in this tournament such a huge boost to his confidence, which has been, I think, kind of shattered recently.
Yeah, it's too many games to keep track of, as you say. I've got maybe Letko up here. I've got Andy Woodward, whose game with Alex Yanko was very interesting
Hmm.
yesterday. It's it's a lot.
That was a draw yesterday, right?
Yeah, but it
That was the
was
bishop.
intense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Niemann versus Loiodice.
Let's start there. Let's start the Niemann.
All right, we're gonna have a look here, folks. We're pretty much only gonna turn to a game with somebody leading, like Sam Shankland, for example, in his match up a game. We're pretty much going to turn to that match only if Ivanchuk's really threatening. So that's mainly where we're going to look at those games, is when the player who is down a game is showing some fire, pressing to come back. So here, Hans Niemann, he drew the first game with black yesterday against the Italian Grandmaster Lorenzo Loiodice. So today he's got his white. He's going to be looking to put some pressure on. We get this variation here of the um, classical French.
Yeah, I would say this position after seven bishop e3
Mm-hmm.
is probably the most, I'd say it's the most critical for my opening repertoire. It's for my most of my career. It
Mm-hmm.
still is. So seven bishop e3, black can do a gazillion different things. Um,
Mm-hmm.
this dude plays a6, which I think in some ways is the most principled, even though it's not a developing move because
Right.
you got to get your b5 on.
Is that what you
And then
played
white,
against? Is that what you played against me? A6, B5? No, not so quickly,
you
because we had a
you
game where I
played
castled queenside, so
you played bishop g5.
we'd already traded the bishops.
Yeah, you did the bishop g5,
Mm.
which is also a key variation.
Yeah. Okay. So in this position, I've seen you play more than one thing, though. I've seen you play Queen
Oh yeah,
B6, right?
I've played queen
Um,
b6, bishop
and Bishop
e7,
E7
cd.
holding it.
I've played the endgame variation. I think I've done every single plausible variation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've mostly played A6, B5 as black here, as played by Loiodice.
Mm-hmm.
When I was playing this a lot, and back in the day, the critical variation here was D takes C5 for white.
Right.
Um, Yermo once played that against the Mechanics Institute. One of these voting games.
Mm.
And Vinay and I were both French players, and were both advising the mechanics team. So we played a game against Yermo in this line, and he just crushed us. He played Bishop D3, sacked on H7 in a position where we didn't think it was coming. Didn't look at
Hmm.
it hardly. And then there was no immediate, knight G5, queen H5 or anything. Of course, folks can see the white queen is not headed to H5 in this line. But yeah, he traded, bishop takes H7, played F5, and just attacked us.
Yeah. I think in some ways it's a hard position as white. Well, it's a hard position for both sides, but basically, if you don't do anything special as white, black is going to achieve b4, a5, bishop a6.
Yeah.
And so Niemann's move, bishop e2, feels kind of tame from that perspective. I'm sure it's a computer move and all that, but from a strategic point of view, all you're doing is getting ready to castle. And it's not clear even that you want a castle because h4, h5 is almost always a cool thing for white to do. But
Yeah.
anyways, here we go. Bishop
Well,
e7.
bishop e2, I think, arguably the greatest player that I have ever played against, or certainly one of them, was I once got to play Gada Kamsky at,
Yeah,
I guess, the HB Global. It may have been called before it was called the Millionaire Open, but
yeah,
the Maurice Ashley project, right?
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Um, and he played bishop e2 against me. He was just coming off of his sort of retirement period and just getting back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not particularly booked up, and he sort of like played some moves that I hadn't really prepared with bishop e2 and knight d1, pretty similar to what Hans is playing here. And he kind of bungled it, and I was in a great position, and then he just outcalculated me through a really sharp middle game, and I got just absolutely demolished. But it was in this bishop e2 knight d1 line.
Actually, funny that same tournament, 2005 Minneapolis, I played the piece sack variation against him, where you go queen b6, knight a4, queen
Mm-hmm.
a5, cd b4, the whole sack thing.
Yeah.
And he played very convincingly and won. That was at a time when the computer thought it was plausible to do. The computer no longer likes it. So there's all kinds of, so yeah, it's such a tricky position. He played that really well, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so castles, knight d1.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, this could have happened with b4.
Right.
Black plays b4 anyway.
Yes.
c3, a5.
And
Now,
after knight d1, cd4 is a big thought for black because next move c3 is coming otherwise. So.
yeah. Um, so I've always thought that black was fine in these positions. I know that the computer often likes it for white, though I don't always understand why. Yeah, well, I guess I understand why. The computer always likes the space a little bit more. But from a human perspective, I've always thought this was completely fine for black.
Mm-hmm.
And Niemann plays rook c1. Um, he thought big time on c3. Other than that, people are kind of cruising through their moves here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and folks often there's kind of two scenarios you get at the beginning of a round. You get people going into deep thinks, worrying about their opponent's prep, or you get people blitzing out moves because they've each got their prep. So sometimes you get to see a lot of moves. Other times you sit around waiting for a while as the players figure out what's going to happen.
And basically, this dude needs to try to figure out if there's something wrong with bishop a6. I'm not sure there is, um,
Mm-hmm.
but that's what he's thinking about right now.
Yeah.
Also, it's really hard for white because to do it right, you need to be clever with how you fix your knight on d1. A lot of times you can come up with the scenario where you get it to e3, and then the point will be that after f5, d5 is weak. But it's not the easiest thing to arrange.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, let's mention with f5 is that black, it's very sensible for black to play something like bishop a6 here and trade it off. But once he does that, then the f5 break becomes a lot more interesting for white because the there's no bishop on c8 to look at your f5 and e6 squares.
Mm-hmm. To hold it together. In fact, after bishop a6, white could trade and play
Mm-hmm.
f5 without losing a pawn because of queen d3.
Wait, what do you mean queen b3?
Queen d3. So
Oh, queen
you
d3.
can
Uh-huh.
play f5 if you trade on a6 without offering the pawn sack.
Uh-huh. Good, good, yeah. That one though, that one looks fine for black though, right? Because you could play like c4 or something, let him take on f5, and you're probably okay.
Oh, you're saying trade, allow queen d3,
Hmm.
queen f5.
Yeah.
You're okay with this? You look, I mean, structurally, black is worse at the moment.
No, no, no. On f5, I take, but
Yeah, I had you take f5,
okay. And then
ef5,
c4.
queen d3, c4, queen f5. Yeah.
Well, I don't know exactly what to think, but in general, I think black should be fine because the knight on d1's shite and my rook on a6 can cruise over. I don't know how to do it yet, but
Okay.
it looks fine.
Interesting. Normally, I would think black would be worse because d5 will be kind of weak to knight e3. White's got the space advantage, etc. So, two different evaluations.
Yeah. But dude is tanking here.
Maybe you could trade on c3 with the idea to play bishop a3 and knight e7 and rearrange all your people. I don't know. Anyway, we are going to get a think here from Loiodice because bishop a6 is a big choice, you know? I mean, just the fact that it tactically allows white to play f5, that's a big deal. Anytime you allow f5, you know, you think about it.
Mhm. The other thing is, in some variations, I might want to play BC before bishop a6, but then might make sense for Niemann just to play knight takes c3 back there and claim that there's something going on the c file.
Okay.
Well, it's a little hard to evaluate.
I'm being sent, Jesse, to a supposedly insane game by chat.
Uh-oh, don't,
More than one
don't,
person has
don't.
suggested it. Don't listen.
Well, depends on the game.
Okay. Well, I'll show you a few moves of it. You tell me if it's
Okay.
right or wrong. It is a Petrov defense between Harikrishna and Arseny Nesterov. They drew their first game, so this is a match where Hari is a bit of a favorite. I picked him in my bracket to advance, of course. He's got the white pieces in the second game. Plays queen d5 here with f2 hanging.
Mm.
Bishop f2 check, king e2 f5. Knight c3, c6. And he sacks the queen on move 8, Jesse.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh, he was ready for his opponent's opening. He was probably praying somebody was going to play this line with him.
Mm-hmm. So this actually is an example. I mean, I think it's a very interesting position, but this is an example of a game that I wouldn't want to cover because there's this guy, Hari Krishna, great player and everything,
Mm-hmm.
but there's no world where he is fighting for the world title.
Mm-hmm.
There's no world where that happens.
Right. So for you, the tournament is partly to follow the people who are likely to qualify for the candidates and already in the early rounds see like what kind of form they're in, what the whole feeling of the long tournament is like for them and all that from the jump.
Yeah, there's nothing at
Yeah.
stake in this game, for example, the Hari Krishna game.
Right.
Um,
Gotcha.
I think too, like the strong players there, it's not clear that they're going to get through this first round. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's technically the second round, but a lot of them had buys in that first round, right?
All of
So
them.
this is like
All of them.
the real round.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they're getting through, dude. You know,
Okay.
there's a lot of people. It's maybe you're not getting through. You know, imagine Vidit draws this game, for example, against Oro.
Oh yeah. It
Oh,
gets
dude,
scary
Oro and
faster and faster as the time control gets faster.
right, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play. I mean, I wouldn't want to play that kid at all, but especially in some, blitzy match. Oh no, dude, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, which does emphasize that from the very beginning, um, the players are in danger, right? They're fighting for their lives from the very first match at something like this.
And actually, David, let's go to the Oro game for a second. I'm going to claim that White's a little bit better. I'm sure it's still kind of sort of theory-ish. But one of the things that's kind of cool about the position for Oro is yesterday he worked hard to get a bishop on f8 to preserve his bishop advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a similar thing going on where he's going to have to fix his bishop on f1. But it fundamentally, the trend looks good here, I would say, for White.
I mean, he's also already got basically like an unlosable position. We would say, if Vidit had white, you
Yeah.
would say, in a million years he would never lose this position basically to any other chess player, right? A human.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I think this is a beautiful position for White.
Which means like you could say like already Oro is like ooh likely to make it to the knockout phase tomorrow, right? The blitzy part as you called it.
The Blitzy part, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, my take on the tournament is a little bit different than Jesse's in terms of like what's the story early on. Jesse's always really interested in the narratives and who's getting to the world championship and all that. And to me, this tournament is kind of like a beautiful, interesting event on its own. And for me, often the first couple rounds of this sort of tournament, to me, like every great chess tournament is kind of an ode to chess. And in the first couple rounds, it's a chance for me to check out some people who I know I won't be watching at the end of the tournament, and like, just give some love and respect to the Bobby Chengs of the world, right? The 20, the 28, 29-year-old Aussies who, are former child prodigies and are still trying to crack 2600, and yeah, Bobby Cheng's not going to be world champion, not going to play for one of these three candidate spots in 20 days from now. But is Bobby Cheng going to make 2600, Jesse? Is he going to make 2600 one day? What's his chess dream and chess life going to look like? For me, I'm interested in that in the early rounds. So,
Yeah, okay, Bobby Chang.
yeah.
Okay, Bobby Chang.
Okay, Bobby Cheng. You know, think of him as being on a 2600 quest, right? And now he's defending his honor against where's his opponent here? I know it's Peter Lecko somewhere here. There we go. Peter Lecko. I mean, let me see. Bobby Cheng has gained 2.6 rating points so far this tournament. So his rating is 2598.6 right now, He
Uh-huh.
could say he was a 2600 if he could just win one game against Peter Lecko. Right? Lifetime achievement.
Could we look at the Wesley game? I want to ask you something.
Yeah. Let me see if I've got his game. I've got so many games. I apologize, Jesse. I know.
Well, that's why we got to have a couple tabs because otherwise we can't.
I
You'll
know.
never be able to find it if you go back to that main list, dude. This round is like there's just I don't even know how many games there are, but you'd have to scroll and scroll. Right. So this position, one thing that's interesting to me about this is um I've looked at some similar positions and the computer in positions that are similar to this where you get the bishop out and achieve so you achieve bishop f4 against the Carlsbad. It likes it. Um, and so it also likes what white does in this game, which is to play h3 g4 against the bishop on f5. So it's a very conventional position in the sense that like classical players have been doing this thing for 1,000 years. But I'm bringing it up because I would want to understand if I get it from a human point of view. It's like, do I get why the bishop on f4 is like such a big thing?
Bishop on f4, you're saying?
Yeah, so
It's a
again,
great
the
diagonal.
computer likes the positions with like a Carlsbad position, but white gets the bishop on f4.
Hmm. I mean, to me, the pawn on g4 is controversial here with white castling kingside. That's like what's really interesting to me.
Well,
I think we
and
all know
also
why
it
the
like
bishop's pretty good on f4, right? I mean, it's controlling a good diagonal. It's outside the pawn chain.
right, but what I'm trying to say is, so this plan with the bishop on f4
Hmm.
and white achieving h3 g4, that's this guy Titas.
Hmm.
He didn't come up with that on his own. That's like a plan that the computer likes.
Right.
And there's a variety of different, ways to get this kind of position, right? Like even a Caro Kann or something.
Yeah.
And Wesley's like, F it. He plays bishop f3 right now.
Wow.
And the point was is that white was about to play knight d2, and then the bishop was going to have real questions about its life.
Oh yeah, because so white just castled. Last move after bishop e4, white couldn't play knight d2 yet. Once white castles, threat is knight d2, and then that's not to take on e4 either, boys and girls. That's
Right.
to play f3. That's asking some big questions of the bishop on e4. So
Mhm.
Wesley just parts with it quickly there, and I guess that's part of the point of g4, huh?
Well, right, I'm telling you, this is a very, interesting thing. And then, of course, later there's dynamic potential for white with like an h4, h5 kind of thing, especially now that we got bishop f3, bishop f3.
Yeah. Titas,
Now,
a grandmaster from Lithuania, right?
mhm.
Can confirm
The
this
other thing
playing
to
here.
say about this
Yep.
though is like from a like let's say you talk to an old time GM, they're gonna call this position equal. Doesn't They don't care care what the computer says, right? Um, and for for the computer, it's like a very clear thing because the computer's like, well, I have space now. I have potential for h4, h5. My king will be cool on g2, bishop pair, all of that stuff.
Yeah, if your king's cool on g2, that opens up the whole first rank for your heavy pieces to reposition as they like. You've got the bishop pair for a lot of endgame scenarios. You've got renewed c2 for your queen to look at across the board. I mean, this looks
Uh-huh.
like an advantage for white to me, and I'm pretty old school.
Yeah. Well, so, I think one of the problems that this dude Titas might discover is his computer might have showed him this, but there's still a lot of artistry that the computer finds easy that isn't easy for us.
Hmm.
That's going to be required.
Here's what I
Now,
imagine Wesley doing. He's not
okay.
immediately unveiling the follow up to bishop takes f3, which was, a big move. Bishop takes f3. Sometimes you might expect they'll immediately show you the follow up, right? Since it's just a
Hmm.
trade and a recapture. But my first idea for Wesley would be knight e8, bishop d6, trying to take over that diagonal and break up the bishop pair. But the bishop can just slip away to h6 and avoid trades. So it's not instantly effective.
Mm. Now he plays queen d8, and so I'm interested. So I'm going to make a claim that the problem for Titas is, regardless of whatever the machine says, it's very difficult for white to actually pull off what the computer desires,
Mm-hmm.
right? So queen d8 gets out of the way of knight a4 stuff, looks at the king side. I was actually guessing knight e8, by the way, which could still happen later. So the knight on the knights are reduplicating for black, and it'd be knight to maybe the knight in these positions always wants to go to d6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're saying the same
Um,
first move as me here.
so other thing about this, David, about queen d8 is, aren't we oh, I get it. So he's also seeing that on bishop h6, rook e8, g5, then we play knight e4, And so part of the point of queen d8 is we're looking at the g5 square so that we can recapture that bad boy
Mm-hmm.
when that goes down. Notice that if bishop takes e4 here for white, we play bishop g5 immediately. Important not to take back with pawn.
Yeah, good point.
So, for example, I haven't looked at the engine or anything, but I think the engine would like this for white. But if you put yourself in this guy's shoes, well, what do you do, boss?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? So let's say here are my candidate moves for white. Some kind of queen move like queen c2, king g2,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and then maybe minority attack stuff with a3, b4, which I like least of those. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know which of those is right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think queen d8 is a cool move from a competitive standpoint too, because it's like, all right, white, you show me your cards. Maybe I'll do Jesse's fancy 98 move next. We'll see. But I first just want to see what you want.
Yeah, I see numerous moves for white here. Basically, in my mind, I'm looking at this position from the standpoint of black wants to trade my dark squared bishop. And so I'm thinking kind of
Okay.
prophylactically about how I can approach that. And two big ideas come to me. I'm kind of expecting 98 next move if I played something random, which,
Okay.
if I do something interesting enough, it might change what black does, right? But
Okay.
um, yeah, so basically, I'm thinking in two directions. One direction is a move like rook e1, and then if black plays 98, I play e4 to prevent the bishop trade, and de4 knight e4.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay. Um, Fine, you don't have to. I'm not going to strenuously defend it or anything. I'm just listing it as one of my options, right? Like I can do
Okay,
this
yeah.
to keep my bishop pair for the moment,
Hmm.
and the black pieces have to untangle a little bit here to get to d6 and d5, and maybe they will in a moment. But that was my second idea. My first idea was that against queen d8 here, I would play something like bishop e2.
E2.
Bishop
Okay.
e2. And then after knight e8, I'm playing bishop h6, knight
Okay.
g7, and f4 to prevent bishop g5.
Okay.
And of course,
Risky.
I'm leaving e3 and e4 weak, but at the moment, black's not jumping on those squares. Um, I'm potentially expecting black to maybe play f5 themselves. And, again, I don't know the evaluation. I'm just making options for myself.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. One and what I want to say about the F4 was a very frisky idea, but one thing I want to say about it is that I think a good way to approach the Carlsbad positions for white here is to say, I've got this extra center pawn, and there are three plans available to me. One is the minority attack with a3, b4. I like that one least.
Yeah.
Another one is to play for f3 and then maybe either domination or e4 later.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one I like to think of as the Pillsbury attack structure, which you mentioned with f4.
Yeah. Usually it revolves around a knight on e5,
Right.
but
Hmm.
potentially we could run that f pawn forward without doing so. I think in this position there's another option, Jesse, which is kind of king g2, h4, h5, rook h1.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Not the most common plan. But you mentioned f3 and e4, and somebody in chat mentioned that as well. And I want to say that I agree with you. The minority plan is almost out here with this pawn on g4. The minority attack involves committing quite a few resources to the queen side, and it's just going to be too easy for black to do stuff on the king side with these pawns all moved here. So I think white's committed to following up behind these pawns that white has erected here, right? And fighting in that area. But the f3 e4 idea, I think, also basically runs into the fact that bishop g2, let's say I even go knight e8, f3, Shoot. Now I can't play c5. I was gonna play c5 the moment white plays f3, basically.
But really, if you're playing, if you're gonna play bishop g2, don't play f3 after that, caging your bishop, right?
Okay, okay. Well,
Yeah.
where would you put your bishop on e2?
I don't think f3 e4 is right here,
You
but I
don't
just
think it's
wanted
right?
to
Yeah.
mention it as one of the possible plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
In general,
By the way,
in general, in this
the computer.
structure, when white plays f3, black often answers with c5 immediately. And I think particularly with the extra space gained on the king side for white, that would be the reaction here as well for black. f3, c5.
Yeah, so he's gonna have a big think here. I don't know what's right. I don't know. This is what I mean. I'm pretty sure the computer likes this for white, but I don't know what to do. And let's just say the obvious thing. At some point, white needs to fix the dominated knight on c3, but it's not clear how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another plan that I know that the computer often likes is, let's say you do knight e8, bishop d6.
Mm-hmm.
We might let you take on f4 and get that structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Feels a little less dynamic again with that light squared bishop on f3. I don't know how we expand from that position. Um, also,
And another plan, David, that makes me cringe, okay, but I just want to throw it out there, is to play h4 now for white,
mm-hmm, to just
just like a madman.
go for it. Knight e8,
And it'd be
h5.
like h4, knight e8, h5, for example.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but that's the kind of thing the computer does like, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Because the computer loves pushing that h pawn. Maybe I'll just stick it on h6 and ask what?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, black's playing bishop d6, and if you go to h6, they'll play queen h4 and just win the pawn on h6. So this is
Maybe bishop d6, and then maybe there's some weird king g2 thing. I
mm-hmm.
don't know.
Right. So now you can kick the queen out. You're planning to play this nasty ef4 position.
It's nasty. And you better figure it out because like maybe that pawn could just be lost after like knight g7, e6 or some weird thing, and then you're gonna regret your life.
Right. Also, I could imagine black trading and then trading on h5. And white might struggle to play that position. Okay, Jesse. I know you hated rook to e1. What about the same plan with rook d1? Does that change your feeling at all if we play rook d1, knight e8, e4?
No, I don't like it. Because you're just creating a weakness on d4 and like whether you play bishop e4 or knight e4, right? Knight df6 is the standard reaction and black is just fine.
But if I played rook d1, I might be able to force the move d5 quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do much. Like knight c7 in that position, what are we doing?
Yeah, looks like I have to trade on c7 and play d5.
Yeah, maybe then that might be then you're like, why did I play g4?
Yeah, I know it doesn't seem to offer anything.
But this is a good analysis both from me learning about the position, but also like feeling it from this dude Titus's perspective because he's playing a classical player who knows where the pieces go, and he he needs to find like the computer showed him this thing or like positions like it, right?
Yeah.
And now he needs to find the follow up. And dude, it's easy for the computer to play a move like h4, but I don't know, buddy. I don't know if you really want to do it.
Right. Like for argument's sake, folks, what if the computer wanted to play Jesse's h4 move, right? Like h4, knight e8, h5 I played before, bishop d6, King G2, Bishop F4, EF4, GH5. Like on the surface, this looks risky for white to me. But potentially the computer says in that position you play G5 to keep the queen out of F6, knight to G7, going after E6 and attacking these pawns. And the computer might just see some way that, some detail of something that white does. I don't know, rook H1 or something. And, maybe the rook comes to H4 at a key moment to defend F4 or whatever. And white's taking back on H5. And it would be a very concrete sequence that would be hard for white to find 6 moves out, when choosing to go for H4, H5.
Yeah. And the tempo is totally critical. Notice too, in these positions, the knight on C3 might actually have a job on knight E2 later.
Job.
It doesn't have a job now.
Not a glorious job.
But you also see the value of the tempo. So
yeah.
like that's why King G2 is such a nice building move.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons like King G2 would come up to mind as just
right now
a really nice building move. But you'd have to, you'd still need a plan if like he plays the standard 98 kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right now your H pawn can't slip past.
But actually, David, you can imagine King G2, knight E8, rook H1. And then say, well, okay, if you want to play your bishop D6 or something, you're gonna my business is gonna roll. All right, so far that's my best for white.
Mm-hmm. Just King G2.
No, notice there's 2 pieces of whites though that haven't figured their life out, and that's the knight on C3 and the queen on C1. They don't know yet. They're just hanging out. They're like, we're just trusting in this alpha 0 rook H1 thing.
Yeah. I mean, if I weren't doing anything concrete here, Jesse, and time didn't matter, or I was just playing blitz, so I was playing superficial moves, right? I mean, your hand would go to queen C2.
Your hand would go to queen
C2. Just nudge her up, connect the rooks, like ask your opponent if they're worried about the light squares, just a little move. But I'm afraid in this position it might allow black to, go knight E8 and accomplish their plan of trading this bishop. Hey, you might even need your queen on C1 defending the F4 square if you're doing one of those nasty EF4 ideas.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do a little variation, and let me play white. So I'm gonna play King G2.
Okay, I'll go knight E8.
All right, rook H1.
Rook H1, he says.
And I just want to say, while David's thinking, the point of this exercise is for us to get inside of this plan that the computer, I think, my experience, really likes.
All right.
And I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to understand how it works.
I'm going to play knight to B6, Jesse.
Knight to B6. Not sure I get it, but okay.
The knight was nasty on D7.
So the first question is, if I play H4, can David take it? I don't know. Maybe he can.
We know I'm taking it.
I could also play B3 if I was somehow worried about this stuff. All right, let's play H4.
All right.
What's cool about this is if he takes, then my queen knows where to go. Right now, it doesn't know where to go.
Yeah. So we grab the pawn. Let's have a look.
All right, queen G1.
Titas has just chosen the hand move, queen C2, Jesse.
If he's gonna do the hand move, he shouldn't have spent 15 minutes on it. We'll tell that to Titas. I'll tell that to Titas. Now, I want to say about this position that we got that's very interesting. I think here, if I was white, I would be most concerned about how do I deal with the move G5. But in general, I just intuitively, I feel like, yeah, we probably have at least, compensation.
Okay.
The question with G5 is like, well, where do I go?
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go
Yeah.
after G5?
Yeah.
Very, very fun and interesting.
Yeah.
I might even play Rook H4 there like a madman. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You can also
Rook
play. You
H4
can
might
also
be a
play
real thing.
Queen H2 here, threatening Bishop takes G5,
But on Queen H2, you can take my bishop.
and then you take the pawn back.
Oh, with like EF or
Mm-hmm.
something?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. There you go. That's a thought too. Yeah.
because that guy's going nowhere. A whole lot of nowhere. You could even play G5 next,
Mm-hmm.
and like really, really delay your gratification of taking on H4.
That's right, buddy. Okay, so later, this is an example of a position I'm going to look later with the computer to see what it says. I'm going to go ahead and say Queen C2. Maybe that's not it.
Yeah.
I really like the plan of King G2, Rook H1. I feel like, you know, maybe I understand how the computer sees these things. Queen C2 doesn't spoil anything, but the problem is you eventually, as white, you definitely eventually need some kind of plan. And because black has two plans actually, let's say. There's one is 98 to D6, one is 98 G7 E6, another is David's knight B6, after which you can either go knight C4 to D6 or knight C8 to D6. All very conventional things to do.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the argument for Queen C2 is to say, well, I want to see where you're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do something like knight B6, maybe I can start thinking about a bishop E5 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of times in these positions, white can even do a weird rook AD1 as a prophylactic move. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You often see a rook on D1 as prophylaxis against C5. Also, sometimes as just making black wonder about you playing E4. And I know Jesse didn't like the two versions of E4 that I've done so far, but E4 is a plan, Jesse. It is one of the plans. And
Ah, not here. Not here. Mm-mm. No.
okay,
You don't want to do
maybe
it
not
here,
with
buddy.
G4, but I'm just saying one of the reasons you see Rook D1 in those positions sitting behind the D pawn, it's sometimes it's saying, hey, if you go knight E8 or if you do this fancy move, then I have E4.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, it might be just to dissuade black from playing B5. Maybe there's some B5 position where then you have E4.
True. Once B5 happens, that's your call to play E4. Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm. Um, the other thing, actually, I think a narrative, if we want to give it one with Queen C2, is it's like, I've got this beautiful bishop, and even if I don't push the H pawn right away, it's in my pocket. And probably just King G2 next move is never a bad move anyway. The king likes to be on that light square next to his beautiful bishop.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, I want to say 98 played. I'm a GM today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one of the things I want to stress is I think even if the computer says it's +1 for white or something outrageous, you know, even so, I think Wesley would still be happy with this kind of position because it's gonna be White's gonna have to find some very subtle moves to keep this advantage going, if it's even an advantage. My claim is the computer likes it, but I'm gonna check later.
Yeah, and if the computer likes it, it's not necessarily +1, right? Like sometimes you run your computer on something, your computer says plus 0.25, and nowadays, white's almost a beggar, right? So they can't be a chooser. So they say 0.25. Ooh, yeah, let me get that, and then Wesley's comfortable anyway. It's not that much.
Mhm.
Let's see what Hari did about D4. Yeah, Bishop F4. Queen came out. Bishop D3. Knight headed maybe to G6. Do you have an evaluation, Jesse, by the way, for that, two pieces for a queen business?
No.
No. No eval. Yeah.
On Abdu's game, we're getting a let's call it a Oro moment. where black thought for 21 minutes and busted out Oro's f5 in a mildly similar position. Um, and it's big time tactics, big time calculation,
Holy.
and I don't know what's going on here, dude.
Dennis, f5. Takes. White can take on e7, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think black is banking on pressure on f2.
Mm-hmm.
No idea. But one of the things about f5 in that position is I think like the storyline is if he doesn't play f5, then he's worse. So f5 is attempt to like get it done before stuff like knight g3, knight e3 happens. So yeah, very mildly similar to the Oro f5, though here black isn't sacrificing, any of his coconuts.
Also, I mean, we're not deep into this game, but, Noterbeck played queen e2. His move could have been knight g3.
Sure.
Often you would maneuver the knight first. But queen e2 gives this extra option to Makhniov. He hits him with f5 and takes. Right, if queen e4, knight e5, black's got that f-file play. So he goes into the madness.
He goes queen e6 now.
Throws in the check so he can take the knight with the pawn, right? Because in this position here, if he took the knight with the pawn after pawn takes e2, he's lost. Just down a piece. So, the other option would have been queen e7, which doesn't threaten much. Black can take on g2 and looks like it's better for black. So queen e6 check, perhaps forced, but 11 minutes to find it. Makhniov rook f7s instantly. He's seen it coming. Pawn takes, hitting the queen. Queen to e8 instantly as well. So the guy used his time when he went f5. I mean, he wasn't just dawdling.
Yeah. Well, and I just want to say, optically, this looks lost. We just got to say it. Optically, this looks absolutely lost for black. Oh.
There's the potential that black never gets this pawn off of e7, right? It's defended, not obvious how to attack it more. Counterplay against f2 or g2 won't mean much if you can't get out.
Well, hold on though. I think I'm understanding what the claim is, whether it's true or not. Mm-hmm. Is that you can't play bishop e3 because e7 will hang. Can't play knight e3 for the same reason. So I guess the most ambitious move here for white would be gf.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's winning, but I think that's the position that black is looking at. So maybe something like gf, knight c5. Oh, yeah. I think my intuition is it's lost, but what a mess. What a mess. The pawn on e7 is a bad, bad man. He's a very bad man. Oh, also just the very simple bishop c5 could be an idea for black. So imagine gf, bishop c5. Well, that's actually probably the main intention. Cry.
That's what I've been thinking of earlier.
Cry.
Yeah. Knight c5 was a dreamer's move, trying to do everything, trying to get the knight to d3, make enough threats that white just gives you e7. But perhaps bishop c5, just emphasizing, can we just get rid of the e7 pawn? That might be what needs to happen. Yeah.
Probably a big thing going on there next. Well, let's do the Niemann game because we talked about that forever.
Yeah.
And black tanked forever, 22 minutes, and finally played bishop a6.
Mm-hmm.
And Niemann also tanked, even though bishop a6 was the most natural move, the big question move, and then played d takes c5. Nothing about Pruse's fancy f5 moves.
Yeah, man. I am of the school of thought that if your opponent tanks 22 minutes on bishop a6, you want to pop him right in that clock, and be ready for
right in the clock.
Pop him right in the clock, Bishop a6, 22 minutes. Yeah, I was thinking about it too. And in case you do that, here's what I'm planning, right? Like, use their time. Work them.
Well, this is very concrete here. Black plays bishop c5, and Niemann was certainly hoping that the C file was going to save his soul, but Black has some hopes themselves, and that's pretty tricky. So imagine if bishop c5, knight c5, cb, then Black has knight e4 to save his soul.
Two knights dying on the C file. Knight e4. Hope is born.
Hope is born for Lorenzo Lodice.
That's probably the name of a Star Wars movie, just because they've made movies by every possible name. And the movie probably sucks.
Oh, man. Okay, so cb4 is played, and
CB4 without
Black
the trade.
has...
No knight e4 yet.
So I think this might force bishop b4.
Mm-hmm. Right. So Black's got to sort these pieces out. You know, if you take with the knight, maybe you're losing a piece. If you give the check a Ruski, you let the guy off of, you get the dog off d1 with tempo. I mean, you don't necessarily lose a piece there, do you? You'd be allowed to do this.
So this is interesting. The bishop on there might be some real miscommunication of the black pieces now.
Mm-hmm. That said, where's the knight on b4 going in that knight b4 line? Oof.
Well, that's right. You can't do that. That's why I think so far I've only seen bishop b4 as a plausible move for black in the game position.
So bishop b4 on the queen. She's got to keep the bishop defended, right? She's got her own responsibilities, her own life, this queen on d2.
Oh, and also, David, I don't know if this is true, but okay, I want to say if AB, bishop c5, knight c5, rook c5, queen b6. No, I don't like it. No, maybe that is complicated. But so don't. But we White could just play rook c5, so that's no big deal. So bishop b4.
Okay, folks, rook c5, following Jesse's logic, that's nothing to calculate. White wins.
Yeah. So bishop b4, let's play queen c2, I guess is forced.
There's also maybe knight c3. You know, dog on d1.
But then Black's fine because he's going to get his bishop e2. Here with queen c2, the issue is, what are you doing about the knight on c6?
Mm-hmm. Right. Rook c8, bishop takes a6. Looks dubious.
You know what I could do, though, David? I think in this position, after queen c2, I think I can play queen c7.
Ooh. If you could, that...
Oh, maybe I can't, though, with just knight d4. Knight d4 might hurt me.
Hang on. What is White threatening here after queen c2?
Well, that's why I'm thinking about either like queen c8 or queen c7. The first threat is knight g5 that you have to deal with. I don't know. You know, knight g5, it looks like a typical, maybe I'm getting my coconuts touched kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's also not, it's also sometimes not the biggest deal. But one thing that just to observe is that if you play knight e7, which maybe you want to do anyway, there's probably a3, though that might also not be true with rook c8, and you know, so huge messerine.
The knight on d1 is messing with the communicats here.
Messing with the communicats, yeah. Okay, we do got to move. He plays bishop e3, and me and Bruce did not understand. We didn't understand this move, bishop e3.
Do not let the piece off of d1.
Well, also, why isn't... Okay, there's some reason black isn't toast here. So if knight e3, he needs an idea.
Oh, because the knight's hanging and the pawn on b4 needs to be recovered. So if a b4, rook c6, you're down. And if knight b4 is played previously by me, then a3, it looks like you have to trade on e2 and then go to a6 with that knight.
Yeah, so I have some confusion.
Then
here.
after, let's say, f5, I mean, you're not pleasant. Not I mean, it's not the end of the road yet, but my my own personal French sensibilities try to avoid positions like this.
Well, Hans is thinking is like, what? What have you done, buddy? What are you doing, bro?
He's thinking about how to recapture on e3. That's how shocked he is.
Well, yeah, he's trying to figure it out. Like, what is the intention? Because that's what you would want to do. You'd be like, okay, he has some idea. What is it?
Mm-hmm. Me, I
I don't
just
know what.
I just take my knight off d1 if my opponent lets me. I don't worry about it too much. I don't, that's like looking a gift horse in the mouth. You let me recapture with the knight on d1, I'm recapturing with the knight on d1.
Okay, okay. I think I know what his intention is, David.
Okay.
He's gonna say, I'm gonna play knight b4, and if a3, then I just play bishop e2, queen e2, knight a6.
Yeah, Jesse, that's what I did like 5 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. So knight e3, bishop e2 happens. He preempts it, and he'll play knight b4 next. And the dream of black, I think I do understand. The dream of black is to say that if I get my knight on c5, I'm gonna be fine because if whenever I get the knight to e4, I'm totally fine. So maybe the key question will be some kind of f5. Can white do it?
That was
So like,
also in the variation I gave earlier. Here, Jesse, I'll tell you. My variation went knight b4 by a transposition, a3, knight a6, f5.
yeah.
And then I just thought, it's not that the knight on a6 has been relegated forever. It's just a question of time, as you might say. And white's already achieved f5, and that knight on a6 is, a step or two away. So it just feels, like white's got a little bit of a jump on the king side, and I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. Knight b4 played. Maybe there's some way to even sack the pawn on a2. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could potentially play f5 here as white. I don't think you'd really be terrified of knight a2. Oh, there he goes. Good book about strategy for 2000 plus. Generally, over 2000 plus, you already kind of know chess strategy. We've got a lot of game collections recommended for players over 2000, like My 60 Memorable Games by Fisher, My Life in Games by Mikhail Tal. We might have Kramnik's book of his games. We've got Kasparov's collections of games. All recommended up there. Let me see if there's like a pure strategy book we're recommending for the over 2000s here. We've got Fire on Board, Shirov's collection of games, right? We've got Kramnik's Life in Games, Alyechin's Best Games by Alyechin, and Chess Structures by Mauricio Flores Rios might be something you're looking for.
By the way, this move f5, David, it's always kind of a funny move because it feels, I would say, to players under, let's say 2400, they're always like, I gotta play f5. I gotta play f5. A lot of times you don't want to play f5 because you got to actually have something going on after. If you don't have anything going on after, then your pawn on e5 is just weak.
Mm-hmm.
All right, a3, knight a6, you're a GM today. I was focused on my own life problems when David had this variation 3 million years ago.
Okay, that's okay.
But okay, white. If white's going to claim anything in this position, he needs to find something now because the maneuver knight c5, e4 is just going to be a nice thing for black. And f5 is the ambitious move, but one of the things I want to say about it is I'm not sure it actually does anything. Like if it just goes f5, knight c5, I don't know if you got anything.
Yeah, then maybe you're playing like f6 and black's playing knight e4.
Yeah, or I could take once on f6 too. I'm not sure you're doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have F5, then there's real questions like, well, what are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Rook c6 was played by Niemann, so that knight can slip through to e4. He's just going to double on the c file during that time. Allow the knight
Mhm.
on e4. Perhaps place his knight on d4. Say his rooks are dominating.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a good synopsis. Also, it's cool that the rook on c6 controls b6 so that there's no queen b6 stuff.
Yeah. I'm not guaranteeing this knight d4 move, folks. I'm just painting a little bit of a picture here in terms of the arrangement.
Mhm. And also, if we think about this knight to d1 thing, the knight on e3 is actually only cool if we can achieve a viable f5. But without the f5, it's a little bit unclear what our knight is doing there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm anticipating knight ac5 here. It's kind of actually hard to find a different move.
If you don't play knight a c6 at this point, I mean, not only is your knight attacked, but white's threatening rook fc1, controlling c7 and c5, right? So then what are you doing
Yeah.
with yourself?
I mean, it seems like it's tactically forced, but it also seems like the strategically right
Yeah.
move to do anyway.
We got questions coming in fast and furious here in chat. Sadiq asking for a long-term understanding which one is better, classical Sicilian or Caro Kann. I mean, ultimately, I mean those openings have similar value as far as like your chances of winning or losing at your level with them in terms of long-term development of a player. I personally think any 2,000 plus players should know how to play the Sicilian and the Caro Kann. So eventually, you got to know a little bit of everything, or 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 something about a couple things. So those are both major openings. Sushan asks how to be a tactical monster like Judah Polgar. I mean, we can't all be tactical monsters like Judah Polgar. She was born with talent um, in a fairly large dose or quantity. Judith Polgar at like 11 or 12, potentially, the strongest 11 or 12-year-old the universe has ever seen, right? So, um, there's not like one answer other than being born Judith Polgar. But any suggestions apart from tactical books? I mean, I would say read the tactical books you have. Some people buy them and don't read them. You got to solve all those positions. I mean, Jesse's worked through all those tactical positions, and he's not as much of a tactical monster as Judah Polgar. So there's not a recipe for just like getting there. Um,
Actually, I will say I've definitely done more tactical positions than Judah Polgar. It's a function of age. I've done this. David, let's go look at the Oro, the famous Oro. People are going to think at first that this is a boring position, and I disagree. Um, so the thing about the Oro is it's really a question of the bishop on f1, I think, versus the bishop on c6. The question is, can the bishop on c6 open up? So like some kind of g5, g4 for black. And then for white, we're going to be looking to play d4 kind of pronto and to fix our bishop on f1. So at the moment, I'm thinking it's very hard for black to deal with the simple plan of d4. So if you play g5 as an example, I go queen d2, I assume, and then I'm still going to play d4 next move. And once I achieve that, it's going to be really hard to well, hold equality. And one of the things that Fisher showed was like, well, if you got these two bishop positions, like you might think like at the moment that the knight is better than the bishop on f1, but as a long-term trend, it's hard to prevent the bishop on f1 opening the position and becoming very angry.
All right, sorry. Help me understand this. Let's say, for argument's sake, I just play king g7.
Okay, we could do that.
You play d4. I trade it. What are you doing to me?
All right, c takes d4.
Bishop d5.
Good. Probably. Well, okay, it's a good question of how I should deal with it. I'll go b3. B3 just on the principle that I want to put my pawns in the opposite color of the unopposed bishop on f2.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I play king back to g8.
Okay, well, queen c3.
I'm just a curious guy. I want to know what you're doing. I want to know what you're doing. I want to know what love is. I move my king back and forth.
King g7?
Yeah.
Oh, you really don't care. You really stopped caring.
No, I care. I'm just waiting to learn something. I'm basically admitting that my position has already been maximized.
Well, queen c7 would be the first thought, so let's just put that on the board before I overthink it.
Okay, I take your central pawn.
Queen a7.
Holy moly. He's a crazy dog, folks. I guess I take your pawn too.
Uh-oh, you're going to play knight f3 on me? That wasn't very nice. But gf.
The queen.
Queen comes, bishop d4 check.
Spite checkerino. King to anywhere, let's say h7.
Are you mating me though, boss? Queen b6?
Jeez, Louise. You're just gonna walk out of here?
David was just like, it's over. I was like, I don't know if it's over.
All right, queen g4.
f2's forced.
King f2. Queen f4.
I'm assuming, well, I shouldn't assume. Don't assume, Mr. Gloom. All right. So
I should have just taken your h-pawn. Why am I being fancy?
you might have some kind of perpetual here. I don't know.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do.
I gotta figure it out. All right, e2.
Bishop f3.
King e1.
Huh, it didn't work?
Well, and let's just say something obvious for the fans before we get bogged down here. So when we have this position with bishop f2 where Vidit is thinking about it, what you can see is like if you just sit around as black, you can very likely end up in trouble. And I'm realizing too that d4 is my primary thing, but I could also consider doing a3, b4 first, just to try to soften it a little bit before I even do it. Because I want to, well, White's ambitions are clear. He wants to open the position. But if black, so that's why I'm thinking if I'm black, I would love to organize some kind of g4 move so that you can't just piddle paddle like I was doing there and open the bishop on c6 to g2 to get some kind of grief going. Now, the drama is when you play G4, you're also helping me open the position, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it might come at a big cost. And I might just assuming this is what Vidit's calculating here. Again, Oros got the time advantage, you know?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I would say if I was just as if my human eval would be like plus point 0.3 here for
I
white.
agree. That would be mine as well.
Also hard to find a plan for black. Another move I'm sure he's thinking about here, David, is how do I, as black, evaluate the position after, say, Queen G5? Do I feel good about that endgame?
Mm-hmm. Queen
And with
comes
that,
to G5. You know how I feel. Looks reasonable. Looks reasonable.
that might be the safest. So, right, I would say that candidate moves here for black are Queen G5 and G5. And right, it's a question of like, does that G5 engine do anything? And how do you feel about the Queen G5 ending?
Mm-hmm.
One nice thing about Queen G5 is it seems to force Queen G5, HG. And then the pawn on G5 does crimp white style a little
Mm-hmm.
bit.
Yeah, it is big pawn. The alternative for white would be maybe bishop G3, which I was thinking about, and then black can trade on G3.
That ain't nothing. We got to keep that bishop, Mouse. What are you doing?
I was trying to be the one with the doubled pawn.
No, but that black's fine.
I agree.
Come on. Black's probably better in that position.
Sushan, my suggestion for improving the tactics massively is you gotta do a lot of those tactical positions, but um, yeah, you gotta do all the work. But I'm not guaranteeing that's gonna get you to Judah's level. In fact, I'm thinking you won't get to Judah's level.
Oh, I don't tell the guy that, bro. He's here coming to the dojo, and here you are poo-pooing his
No,
dreams.
not
What
poo
are you
pooing the
doing?
dreams, but anyway, you've got the right thing, Sushan. You just have to keep doing that work. There's not a trick or suggestion.
We called it in the Niemann game. So it was like doubling, and then white black got 94. And the question there is like, well, Niemann needs a move now, needs a plan. Because those rooks on the C file, they're cool. There's no doubt that they're cool.
Yeah.
But it's not also clear if they're doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Could you, as white in this position, Jesse, play knight d2 instead of knight d4 for Hans? And just say, like, there's one nice piece on the board for black, so take it
That
out.
definitely considered, yeah. The other cool thing about Rook C6 is it also makes F6 things more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I think knight D2 is definitely a contender.
Yeah, looks pretty pleasant. Maybe knight c4 as well? Because knight e3 is currently worse than knight f3, right? So maybe use that piece. Um, yeah, knight c4 looks pretty good.
Knight C4 is interesting. Okay. I think white does need something special, by the way, because like let's say knight D2, right? Let's say you do that. I could probably just play rook A7, queen B8. The knight on E3 is shit. And I'll slowly get my business together. Because knight on E3 doesn't know what it's doing. So knight C4 is cooler from the perspective that, hey, I need to do something with that knight.
Well, okay, rook a7, queen d4.
By the way, this just roughly, this roughly. So rook a7, queen d4. I don't know, queen b8.
Queen b8.
What dirty trick do you have up your sleeve? I guess I could have also played. Actually, I'll change it up. I'll play rook b7. Might be similar, but just.
Rook b7. Maybe f5?
I don't.
Parham has an idea against knight c4, which
Is rook e8.
you play rook e8 in this other position.
Yeah, after your f5 move. Your white needs to prove something.
Okay. I'm going to take a shot in the dark. Fe.
Mm-hmm.
Fe.
Yeah.
Knight d5.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you couldn't resist. All right, let's say I take the thing.
Check.
Queen take. King h8.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Oh, there he comes. Now, have I just been wasted? Maybe I've been wasted. Okay, good.
Well, you've got
good.
queen b6, king h1,
Oh.
but then you still have to figure out your life.
I see. I actually missed that. I thought I had that at first.
Yeah. Against rook f8, I was thinking queen d7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very plausible. That's a good variation. All right, we could do. By the way, I still don't like knight d2 because I feel like black just needs a good consolidating move after knight d2, queen d2.
Mm-hmm. Well, I understand you're playing rook a7 because you're afraid that rook c7 will.
And I'm not even sure I
tie you
should
up
be
a little
afraid of
bit,
it too much, honestly. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. David, can I, before we go down this rabbit hole, was there a reason you didn't like knight e4, knight c4? I thought that was kind of dynamic.
Well, in each chat, somebody was saying knight b8, but basically we weren't looking at knight c4 because you wanted to look at knight d2 first.
Okay, but knight b8, that's a very valid point.
Knight b8, yeah. The point is to trap the Rookovich, and yeah, I don't.
That looks like you're trapping the Rookovich. That's a good move.
Seems like a concern.
The other crazy thought on knight d2 is knight dc5 might not be dumb. Maybe it is dumb. I'm just saying it might not be dumb.
You mean giving 2 knights for the rook?
Yeah.
Takes. What is it? You have queen b6 in mind?
That was the thought. I don't know.
White could play rook or queen to b5, right?
Which one do you like?
Both.
So I'm saying that on queen b5, rook fb8 looks like I have. I don't know. I don't know yet. And rook
c8.
b5 is queen.
Rook c8. Don't go so fast.
Oh, you laddered me.
Yeah.
Wasn't very nice. But actually, on queen b5, a much stronger move would be queen a7.
Sure, you're welcome to try.
That's at least a question right there. Yeah, you're gonna need. That's yeah.
Uh,
Okay, we do have a move. It's knight d4 from the Niemann the Demon.
mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, knight d4 played.
All right, so the good news about knight d4 is it makes it difficult for me to know what to do as black, first of all. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. Um, Let me ask you a question, David. If it were white's move, what would white do after knight d4?
I
Like
don't
let's say
I don't know.
let's just say I pass basically and play a4 and I say, "Oh, that's a good building."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it is, but I'm just saying, why not? Why not? I like the a5 square too.
Sure. Maybe I play h3 for white.
H3, no, come on. Don't do that.
Okay.
Well, okay, actually, let's just say if white's best move is h3, then we're really like in a situation where no one's found a plan. But black, could play amongst other things, queen a5, and he's starting to do the judge. So, anyways, I don't know what the intention of knight d4 is.
I mean, it's to improve the pieces.
Okay, but think the way I see it is like black has a variety of building moves like a4, and we've just got the knight on e4, and usually I'm not getting mated when I get the knight on e4,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's difficult it, unless there's fancy stuff. You're basically giving up on f5 because there's always knight e5, right?
Yeah.
But maybe you have some fancy thing. That's why I was thinking maybe there is some fancy sauce planned for white if, a4 or whatever from black. A4, if like, yeah, if there's, so if I was black and I was like, if I decide he's not threatening anything, I'm going to be looking at A4.
Fair enough.
And by the way, I think at some point, knight DC5, it's always an interesting thing because even though two pieces for the rook is usually a bad thing, two knights for the rook, in my experience, is open positions can sometimes really be a hassle, especially if the knights can't really hold their ground.
Mm-hmm. Um.
In fact, I would say the difference between in an open position of two bishops versus the rook versus two knights versus a rook is extraordinary. It's extraordinary because two bishops, man, oh, buddy, it's usually just the end.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Halen to you says knight d4 opens many options, but what is it? What are the options? You want to play knight b5? What is it? I don't know.
I was thinking of maybe playing queen b5 here, Jesse, for white.
Queen b5.
Mm-hmm.
So after a4 or something.
Yeah.
All right, let's just say I don't understand and play, I don't know, queen a5.
Well, one idea of queen b5 could be to at some point play rook c7 and sort of corral that d7 knight.
Hmm.
Okay, so you go queen a5, which I approve of. And I am going to trade
Okay.
and then play rook to c7.
Okay. Knight DC5.
Knight dc5. Okay, what would you do next as black?
Well, I think strongly about knight D3 for sure.
Think about going forward. All right, I'm going to play f5 now in the endgame. Whew, mama.
All right, so knight D3.
Rook 1. Rook to d1.
Rook to D1. Okay. All right, I gotta take the pawn. I could do other things. Oh, you don't even know which pawn I'm taking. I'll play knight takes B2.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Rook b1.
All right, knight C4.
I guess I have to trade it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight c4, dc4.
Mm-hmm.
F e6.
All right.
Wait, hang on. Let me just think 1 second on that move. Yeah, fe6.
Now it is hot. I don't know. We got ourselves a little situations. Now, I was banking on rook E5, so I'm going to do it. I'm not 100%. Maybe you have some dirty tricks.
Rook e5. I don't know for sure how I feel about taking your life into my hands here.
I like that one, bud. Big patent that one.
Ooh. All right, I'm going to do something really simple. I'm sure I've got something even better that's more complicated.
Okay.
I'm just going to take on f7.
All right. I'm assuming I recapture.
Okay, rook b8.
Uh-huh.
Rook
Assuming it
f8.
back.
Rook bb7.
BB7.
Just playing the absolute most simplistic here.
And maybe I've blown it here because I thought I was dreaming about rook G5, but I do not have rook G5.
I've planned knight e6 for that occasion.
Well, yeah. looks like I blew that one.
Phew! I was scared, dog.
I didn't believe it at all for you either. Maybe I kind of took my foot off the gas here.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, let's go back. Knight d4, a4, queen b5. By the way, I would say if the move, if I was concerned about something, it would be rook c7 there.
Okay.
I don't quite know what I'm doing with rook c7. Maybe you don't either. I don't know.
I I considered it, and I was thinking like rook c7 that you might go knight b6.
Yeah, I think that is the big question. Yeah.
And then if I go queen b5 there, then knight c4.
Also, David, on queen b5, I like queen a5, but the other very simple move I have is rook a5 followed by knight dc5 again.
Rook a5. Let's say
Yeah,
I put the queen on b4 maybe.
I guess that's what you got to do. Maybe that is a problem. Well, maybe that's a little annoying. Okay, maybe that is annoying.
I think we're just gonna keep feeling these rooks on the c file little by little
Wait,
as we get deeper into this
but
stuff.
what are you doing though? So queen b5, rook b8. I don't know why I didn't think about that before.
Yeah, that's one of the moves I expected. Queen a4.
And so your thought is like, if I do rook b2, you're just gonna rook. No, what are you gonna do to me? Okay, here we go. Rook b2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook c8.
Uh-huh. You have queen e7, knight c6, queen h4. You have queen h4. Queen h4.
We got to move.
Gotta move.
Let's see. Dude played knight b8,
Whew.
which might be a good move. Maybe he's saying that on rook c7, I can just play knight a6 or something.
Mm-hmm. Do a little dance.
A little dance, a little romance. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a simple thought for the dude.
Okay, I mean, the first question is rook takes e6, though, right? I mean, he better have calculated that correctly.
He might. That's a move sometimes you could miss, but are you sure about this,
I'm
buddy?
not sure
Rook
about it
takes
at all. I'm
e6.
just saying, like, this is a move that's pretty direct. You gotta have a plan.
Okay, fe.
Knight e6. I think you need to go to d7 to defend the d5 pawn.
Well, I could also go b6, right? I don't know.
Go to b6, also preventing knight d5. Yeah. Knight f8.
I do allow rook c8
Yeah.
though, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Knight f8, king f8. Rook c8.
Let's do your weenie move, Mr. Bruce.
Okay.
So queen d7, just to see what you're on about here.
Queen d7, weenie move. Okay. Oh,
maybe this is interesting. Okay.
I got two moves actually. Looks like I've got one, but I've got two.
I would say knight f8 is the big one to look at.
That's the big one. But then it occurred to me maybe there's the move queen g4 somehow. Maybe h5. Well, let's just start with knight f8, king f8, and just try and get our bearings.
I think this is interesting. Yeah. Okay. Now, I just want to say props to you, Bruce. Whether rook e6 is right or not, I didn't sense how potentially dangerous it could be.
No, because the knight's on b8 for a moment, right?
Yeah, yeah. And if we snip 3 pawns, we snip 3 pawns. I mean,
okay, so next I want to play queen h5 actually after king f8.
at the minimum, this looks terrifying. Yeah, at a minimum. So queen h5, let's play along for a
Yeah.
second. Let's say g6 is the natural move.
Okay. To me, it's natural to check.
Check the miserable king. Let's just put on g8 first.
Yeah. Now let's take the central pawn with the knight.
Yeah.
Just snip that little boy and incidentally perhaps prevent knight c6 because of rook c6. But you got Philidor's legacy here, man. I'm just hanging queen
What's what
a7, knight f2.
Philidor's
Oh,
legacy? Philidor's legacy. Uh, uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay, but I still don't give up yet. Let's go. Rook takes, pawn takes, knight takes, queen d7. All right, so don't play queen h5 yet.
Yeah. Knight f8, king f8. Okay. Let me play the most outrageous move ever, Jesse. My rook's already on an open file. Let me play
Uh-huh.
rook d1. Like an absolute chump. Nah, it can't be. It can't be.
No, don't do that, buddy. Give me a break.
Oh. All right, maybe this doesn't work.
Oh, hold on, hold on. It's not done yet. All right, let me try it to defend your honor.
Mm-hmm.
So after king f8, I want to play queen h5.
Mm-hmm. G6, check. Or something else.
Yeah, g6 check. Yeah.
King over. Oh,
Right.
e6.
Yeah, e6. Or f5 even. F5 or e6. Both of them look pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay, e6. Let's look at that first. It's easier to calculate than f5.
Mhm.
So queen e6, rook c7. There's
Well,
knight
it's not
d7.
over there yet because I have knight d7.
Yeah.
So let me play f5, Mr. Bruce, instead of e6.
Okay. F5. As you like it.
Wow, that looks dangerous.
Yeah. Uh,
That's a hell of a drug right there.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. F5 is very good there, actually. Huh.
So, my friends, let's just go back and talk about what we're talking about. We're talking about knight b8, which was just played, and Mr. Prusa, instant question: what about rook e6 bows?
Yeah.
Now, definitely Niemann would take some. And let's just talk about the narrative. If you go back, let's say to rook 1 c2, black is claiming that knight a6, and he'll get the b6 square. He'll get the c5 square. No problemo, Mr. JMO. However, Mr. JMO might really have a problemo in this position. Maybe we should go back then and look at the other options besides queen d7, David.
Right. So there's queen e7, queen b6. Normally, the white
Now
rook
let's just
getting to
say,
c8 would be kind of a big deal.
right, so like one way to do it as a human would be, let's say, well, if he goes to b6, then I get my rook on c8, and we should just be happy. We shouldn't be that person who's never happy. You know, we don't want to be
No.
that person. I do have a well, yeah. And notice that queen b6, knight f8. The knight doesn't actually have an out yet. So, but I can't move my own knight because then you would have knight d7.
Yeah. So it'd be hard to keep the rook off c8. Like, yeah, queen b7 allows knight e6. Yeah.
Dude, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good for black, bro.
It's worrisome because there's not like one clear line for black. So then it's like, well, did you forget to look at rook takes e6?
I mean, it's possible. You're thinking about all kinds of crazy stuff, and then you're like a lot of times you're like, well, all this other stuff. Like, let's say you're thinking about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knight d4 was played, and you're thinking about all this stuff, like a4 and whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, I don't like it for whatever reason. Then you're like, well, I guess it has to be by process of elimination, knight b8, and then you miss
Right, yeah.
completely.
Anytime you play one of those, oh, my normal moves don't work, let me just play this other move. That's when
That's when
you
you
haven't
get
you
hurt.
haven't checked for skulkums.
Knight Rookie Six, really, that's a Mr. Skelkum right there, bud. That's a Mr. Skelkum.
My instinct is very dangerous for black. Very dangerous for black.
All right. And maybe another simple pimple variation to consider would be like FE 96.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say like Queen E8, just as an example here. Knight F8, Queen F8,
Wait, one sec. Sorry,
Knight
sorry, a second. Queen e8. You went to a new square, so I just want to look for one moment. Okay. Like if I played,
But actually,
like if I play knight c7, where are you going?
okay, wait. But I could play Queen E7. It would be a similar
Okay.
thing. I'm just trying to do conceptually here
Queen
something. So
e7.
let's say Queen E7, Knight
Yeah.
F8, Queen F8, Knight D5.
Yeah.
And just to look at it conceptually and say, I think he's he's done.
Yeah.
Because the E4 knight, which was the prize of the position, now loses its business.
Right.
And the three pawns, we haven't technically sacrificed anything.
Nothing.
And I think it's lost. Like knight C5, Queen C4, goodbye.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I I think if white achieves knight d5 for free, it's between bad and busted. And if white achieves rook c8 for free, it's
Hmm.
between bad and busted. Which is why I thought like the queen, she's got to cover d5 and c8. That's a lot of work for one lady.
Hmm. Yeah. So that's why I think it's cool because then you could start mapping it out and say, look, the other ones I'm not going to worry about. I just need to figure out Queen D7.
Yeah. Oh man, I've got a feeling that he just didn't calculate rook e6, Jesse. It looks
Mm-hmm.
pretty busted. Knight f8, king f8. Right here, queen h5 looked good the first time around. Um,
The other thing that we could say is knight D4, it's like, bro, it's not really clear what you're doing on D4,
mm-hmm.
but there's one variation where it really works out.
Yeah, of course. In addition to queen h5, white could play directly f5. It also asks, it's also a productive move from white's side. And the normal move for black would be knight c6, developing. I would play e6. Queen wants to keep the knight defended and the d5 pawn, so she goes to d6. And then I just play queen h5. Maybe now king g8 is good enough. Even there, I go queen f7, king h8, queen d7. Just attacking the knight on c6 and the pawn on d5.
That's cold.
If queen takes, pawn takes, knight e7. Knight takes d5 anyway. Back rank mate.
You gotta worry about Philidor's legacy with Queen F4, though.
Did I blunder a legacy? Queen d7, queen f4. Nice. Yeah, so it definitely feels like this f5 line's less good than queen h5. Did we ever look at queen d3 in this position?
I'm actually, David, I need to go back for a couple moves because I don't quite know how you got this one.
Okay, sorry. Um, I mean, this is the position right after Queen D7 from Black, and it's
Right.
not that we've defended against Queen H5, but I just want to ask about
Okay.
Queen D3 real quick anyway.
Oh, that's the position you're looking. Yeah, maybe Queen D3. Yeah.
So the concept is simply to take the pawn on D5.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, but Queen H5 looked coconuts.
Okay. What's Black's next move after Queen D3?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, all right. Let me try Knight C6.
Knight C6. Oh yeah, and if Knight D5, Queen A7. So I can't even
Good
play
move.
Knight D5.
Yeah.
So my only move would be Queen D5, and that's nothing exciting. Yeah.
Oh, I might have a plan actually after Queen H5 for Black,
Okay.
David. Okay, give me a
Yeah,
chance
yeah,
here. So
of
Queen
course.
H5, I want to play Knight C6
Yeah. So
and just play Queen H7 for a second,
yeah,
just
I
so
think I
we
have to.
can test something, and then Queen A7
Yeah. God,
because of the
if
legacy.
only I'd played that H3 move at some point that you poo-pooed. Poo-pooed.
So that's kind of a hassle in the castle.
You can say that again.
Okay, so actually, what we should say is, I think from a calculation standpoint, it's like you land in this position after King takes F8. You got several moves, Queen H5 and yada yada, and you're considering those. And then if you're unhappy, you could maybe consider your wild Queen G4 on move 24. That might also be a thing.
Yeah.
I have misgivings about that move, but you could consider it.
Mm-hmm.
No, but then Queen G4, actually, it's pretty simple. Then there's Queen A7 with Philidor's legacy.
Queen
We
A7
can't
there.
allow Philidor's legacy.
Queen A7 there, and then just this threat. Okay, one last mad move. Nope. Nope.
Well, David, I want to tell you something. He's thinking about it pretty big because he has tanked a good bit here. Oh yeah, he's thinking
Yeah.
about it.
Okay, another mad move on move 24, Knight C7. Allowing Knight C6. No. No.
Hmm. So the hidden point behind Queen D7 is the resource Queen A7.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay. So much for the gusto.
David, I got to do a quick life thing and I'll be right back.
Yep. Hmm. Hmm. So he might just have to retract the rook all the way to C2. Might just have to tuck his tail. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I guess it doesn't quite work. This might be a chance to just click around a little bit, see what some of the other games look like. Nolgerbeck versus Gukesh. Maneuvering. Position looks, unclear so far. Woodward and Alexienko. This knight, now that g6 has been played, would like to come back to e5 if it might. Also unclear still. Bobby and Peter. Looks reasonably solid still for both of them. Oro versus Vidit. Queen e6 the move, attacking a2. Pawn gets defended. g5 kicking the queen. Knight g7 offering the endgame. So Fausti could just trade the queen here, probably. Gergai against Mamedyarov. Fancy Rui. Mamedyarov b4. Wow. I guess cb4 knight back to c6. It's a weird move order, but that's probably the idea. We get that trade. Whew! And here we go. Some Gergai. He throws a little sauce at the game. d4. Mamedyarov could castle, but he goes for opening it up. Rook e1 looking at e5, gets castled. So, white's got a pretty dangerous looking move e5 here, as well as a pretty normal looking move pawn takes pawn. Looks mildly pleasant for white, and this time one difference from yesterday's game is that Gergai is ahead on the clock. Yesterday's game, he was just down all his time. He just didn't have enough time to play the game out, ultimately. That's yesterday's game. Here's Abdu's game, which is pretty intense. Last we saw knight g3, fg2, rocking the king. No bishop e3 because of queen e7, huh? So he defends like so. Pieces come out. The e-pawn is still alive. Against queen takes e6, maybe white throws in rook d8 check before recapturing a queen. Is that possible? Yeah, it's possible. Wow. So black's going to have to play rook e8 here, I think. I don't yet know who's better in this game either. Looks roughly unclear. Yesterday's game. Let's see if Dinesh Far's got any chances today. Ooh la la. The pawn on f4. Is not fully defended looking. I guess he has the idea of bishop a7 if knight f4, and he'll win back the pawn on b7. Maybe. Not guaranteed. No, not guaranteed. It's a mess. Dinesh Far spent 10 plus minutes on each of the last two moves. I don't know if he's got much here. We got Shanky against Ivanchuk. Shanky using a lot of time this game. He normally plays faster than this. Shankland reasonably fast player. So he's playing pretty carefully, I would say, is my read on his clock situation here. Position looks reasonably safe for Shankland, reasonably close to equal. I think he's okay. And they're at move 33, so actually he's not playing that slow. It's just Ivanchuk's playing really quickly today, actually. Ivanchuk's played 33 moves in 33 minutes. That's about as fast as we've seen anybody play at this tournament. So he tried to put some extra pressure on Shankland, partly by playing quickly. And Shankland's just paced himself. He's let himself get a little bit behind on the clock against Ivanchuk compared to Ivanchuk, but he's right on pace for using his time for move 40. So I take back what I said about Sam playing a little slower than normal. He's fine. We've had reports that Nepo's position is some kind of a disaster, but let's see if that's
I don't see why it's a
our
disaster.
take on it. Diptayan Ghosh gives up a nice dark square bishop to sort of win a pawn here. Nepo cracks the dark squares.
Might be a disaster. Might be a disaster.
Yeah. Unopposed bishop. Doesn't care. Plays c5, trying to trap the bishop on b3. Breaks up the bishop pair that way. Mate threatened. Queen trade. Uh-oh. Queen trade is not what Nepo was looking for here. He may be in some real trouble, Jesse.
Yeah.
He may be in some real trouble. There's opposite colored bishops, but white's got 3 pawns on light squares that black could try to reap. So
okay, let me just say it's maybe trouble, but probably not,
Probably.
dude. Like HG, rook AD1.
Right.
I do get the pawn to d6. You can't prevent that.
Because if I play rook d6,
I have bishop e5. Yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, it's opposite colored bishops. Okay, a disaster was a very strong word for this, I think. After long consideration, black recaptures their queen.
Diptayan Ghosh is actually maybe another player a little bit like Bobby Chang, where he's a little bit under 2,600, 27 years old. So another player. David was talking earlier about how he's interested in these kinds of guys. It is, there's just think about the top players, but for every top player, there is about 50 Diptayan Ghoshes out there, like below 2,600, who have been fighting and haven't made it for whatever reason, right? And they're great players. You're almost 2,600, but I think it's hard then economically. Like you don't get a lot of money under 2,600. There's no maybe you can make some money teaching or something, but you're not making a lot of money tournament wise.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is their big moment. He's not going to lose this game, I don't think.
No. One variation that occurred to me, folks, was bishop b7 here. d6, bishop c6, and then rook e5, just turning around and attacking black's pawns. It'll lead to a bunch of pawn trades and safety for white. Some variation like this. Yeah, so nothing to get too excited about there at the moment, folks. Let's look back at Titas against Wesley, huh, Jesse? Let's have a quick look.
Okay, Titas.
See what's happened there. So we had knight e8 from Jesse. e4 instantly without rook d1 or e1.
And I just to be clear, I was criticizing David for ever doing this. I still don't like it.
Sure.
D takes, bishop takes, knight df6, rook ad1. Oh, I have a GM today. We kind of had this position with knight c7.
I mean, if you're a GM, I'm a GM. We both played this line together. Bishop g2, queen d7, queen b3, knight d5.
I think I'm the GM, buddy.
Should be fine. Because you're on Wesley's side of the story?
Yeah. No, I think this is bad for white. I think this is bad for white.
Okay.
The milk has gone bad. And so this is exactly what I was talking about is like you have some position, the computer tells you you're great, and you've looked at it a little bit, but ultimately, like the computer's on a different level, boss. And Wesley's playing the old school GM moves, and Black's already better. Easy chess.
Easy chess. Um, yeah, there's still like a question, like what if Titas plays G5 here?
And then knight h5.
Then G5, knight H5, knight takes D5, I guess.
Pawn takes.
Panovich takes. I put my queen. Big fatty in the middle, Jesse. Put the queen on D5.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, you're busted after queen D5, I think. Or I mean,
Actually, I'm gonna make it easier.
Tragic
I'm gonna make it easier.
shape.
So, rook f8. If g5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna think about it for a second.
Well, let's just say if you go knight c3, gf6 is controversial, so you want to check yourself before you go for that.
It's true.
You can go for it. I mean, just have a plan. By the way, Jesse, the word on the street is that Hans did play rook takes e6.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have to go back to that in just a second. I was just thinking about it too. I was making myself a coffee, and I was like, oh, what if this guy, saw rook takes e6, he had calculated it out, and he's like, I'm a bad man. I'm gonna play knight b8.
Yeah.
I'm a bad man.
Yeah. He saw Philidor's legacy in large characters in his head.
Okay, so I'll say this with this interesting position with rook fe8 is, first of all, Wesley didn't have to play rook fe8. He could have done something else, like rook 8 d8. That would have been the chump GM move. So he has something planned on g5. But let's go to this thing, dude. The Niemann game.
Okay.
And we have that position on the board, and we're waiting for black. And so we had. Oh shoot! Sometimes the chess.com doesn't give the move times adequately. I'm gonna refresh and see if I can get it. Yeah, 24 minutes on rook takes e6. Queen d7. We're GMs today. Knight f8. You're the real GM though. Well, we're gonna see. we're gonna see. What was the idea?
Yeah.
That Hans had in this position? King takes f8.
Yeah. Depends how good or bad this whole.
And by the way, if we had turned on the engine, that would have been shit. And here he plays rook d1, David's move.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't thrilled with rook d1, and David wasn't either, because it's sad.
Yeah.
David's whole intuition with rook takes e6 was, I have one momentito before you achieve. So when your knight's on b8.
Yeah.
And my rook is amazing.
Yeah.
And so with that momentito, I want to do something. But yeah, then your rook isn't going to stay on c1.
If all I do is win the third pawn, Jesse, and we've had some variations like this, right? Like I think we played a variation, like we played queen d3, knight c6, for example. And we said if knight d5, there's queen a7, and we're done. And we said if queen d5, we're just not thrilled, right? Well, what does not thrilled mean? I don't think like I'm losing this endgame with 3 pawns against the knight, right? I just think I'm not winning. So my general feeling is, if all I do is win the pawn on d5 while black finishes development, if the knight on e4 doesn't get totally busted, then, I think it's generally like an equalish position, right? Like in the game after rook d1, if black plays knight c6, and we say that like knight d5, queen a7 is nothing special, rook d5, queen a7 as well. It just feels like equalish, right?
Okay, let me try to just defend black's honor. So after rook d1, I'm going to try queen a7, because that's where the queen wanted to go.
Immediatamente. So, I mean, I'm rook d5 anyway, right? That's the next move for white.
D5. And then I thought knight d7 might be cool.
Knight d7 is cooler than knight c6 somehow.
Well, let me just explain. Okay. So the beauty, if I'm going to believe in this for white, it's because my knight on e4 is being undermined. But if I can get my knight to c5 or hold the c5 blockading square, then I feel like it's going to be hard to mate me unless you persecute my knight or get me unless you persecute the knight on e4.
Mm-hmm. So you're trying to come to c5 and support.
If I need it, yeah,
Yeah.
if I need it.
Emotional support pony.
Did you call him the emotional support pony?
Yeah. Okay. But let's just say in general, like, I mean, the position's not bad for white, right? I mean, 3 pawns is a
Well,
lot.
good question. Good question. Like if I get, let's say I get two moves with a4 and knight dc5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got three pawns for the piece, but really only two of them are working.
Mm-hmm. That's enough, Like if I just play queen d3, rook d8, trade rooks, like so that you can't mate me, you're not gonna win some endgame with a knight against 3 pawns, even if it's 2.5 pawns. You just can't
Let's
win.
just say the obvious, bro. That knight on e4, he's a bad man.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't even pretend to try to win, Jesse. Queen d3, queen d3.
All
Yeah.
right, let's try it. Queen d3.
Knight,
Uh, Knight
knight
dc5,
dc5, rook d8.
king e7, and I guess you resign.
Why would I resign when I have knight f5? Check.
Uh-oh, check to the miserable king. I missed that one, cry.
Yeah. Look, let's just say you go rook d8, queen d8.
Okay. Rook d8, queen
King
d8.
f7, yeah. Queen d5. I mean, king. You're not even pretending to try to win, right? I mean, you're not. What are you gonna do? King f8. I could even just go queen d8. Come on.
Hmm. Of all the dirty things, I didn't think Bruce would be trying for a draw.
I'm not trying for a draw. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't analyze this variation at length earlier, Jesse. Right? I'm just saying, like, I don't think White's like at a major. There are not a lot of scenarios where White loses this situation with 3 pawns.
Okay, so your analysis after Rook D1 is it's like unclear / equal.
Yeah, I was like, that feels kind of like I'm not really threatening to win. I don't feel like I'm threatening to lose either, right? So I wasn't like super excited about it. This is playable.
Okay, so I think that's interesting. I would feel all I know is I would feel nervous as White because I'm after Queen A7. I'm not getting rid of the knight on E4. If I could get rid of the knight on E4, then I'd feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, okay. But like this position here, Queen D8, Queen D5, whatever, like it's White who can choose to play on, right? Because you can't get out of the checks even with your queen on A7. And so if I want to keep going, I'll play G4 or G3. I just want to put my king on G2 and then play knight C4.
Let me defend his honor again. Let me defend his honor. So Rook D5, Knight D7, Queen D3. And let's say I do it the other way and I go Knight EC5. Maybe I don't want to do it, but I'm just seeing.
Okay. Queen H7.
Oh, that was no good, Cry. Come on.
Number 4.
What does that mean, number 4?
4 pawns for the knight now.
Oh, okay.
I'm keeping a tally in case
like
you think there's some position you're going to win here.
All right, 96.
You were worried it was the 4th time you blundered something? You're going to keep playing here? After Queen H7?
Well, maybe a move. Yeah, 96. Okay. Let's just see.
All right. Keeps.
I might give up.
He keeps playing. He's a brave man. Let's say King F2.
Maybe it's a hassle in the castle. Knight F4. I don't know.
Queen F5.
King E7.
Queen G5.
Maybe I blew this. We're about to find out. I gotta go like King E6, and at least you have a draw at the minimum.
I played Rook
no, you
D6.
Probably have, okay. I just
5.
want to check. Oh my god. Okay, wait. This is something I want to just do a gut check with.
Yeah.
So imagine you saw this in advance, which it kind of seems like he was like when he played Rook E6, he just saw like us that Queen D7 was the main move. And then he was like, well, I'm going to play this Rook D1 thing. And then you tell yourself, maybe he's saying he's better, by the way. Maybe he is.
Yeah.
But if you say you're like equal-ish, wouldn't you rather go back
Yes.
and on knight B8 play like Rook 6 C2 and say, well,
Yes.
I have to be at least a little bit better.
Yeah, I thought white had to be better, which is part of why I wasn't thrilled, why I didn't look at this seriously, right? Because I thought this doesn't compare favorably to Rook C2. Like, it's not
Hmm.
terrible, but
Right,
it's like,
right.
it's not a reason to pull the trigger.
Right. Okay. So fascinating. Rook D1. And something I think we know from practical experience here is we got 15 moves to move 40.
Mm-hmm.
Each side has 30 moves. And whatever the objective thing is, we know that both sides will make mistakes. Rook D1 might have been a mistake, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, there's also a chance the game sort of clarifies a bit in the next couple moves and they're fine on time, potentially, right? I mean, 15 moves, 30 minutes, that's not so bad. 30-second increment, that's 2.5 minutes per move. And some things have become clear, right? I mean, some things have become clear.
Now, by the way, Mr. Bruce, your move G5 in the Wesley game was played.
Okay.
And to my mind, like Rook F8 was a little weird. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why not play Rook AD8 to defend the D5
Right.
point?
Like maybe we just blundered G5. Small possibility.
And I can't make, so far, I have not made Knight C3 work.
Mm-hmm.
And Knight H5, your simple variation of knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, at the minimum, I was like, I don't like my position.
Yeah.
At a minimum, maybe I'm just much worse.
Right.
So uh, maybe Wesley blew this. I don't know.
Somewhere between much worse and resigning. If knight c3 gf6
Yeah,
is the move, I mean like knight d1 fe7 and the knight on d1 looks stuck, and as you mentioned, like if you had two knights, who knows what's going on. If you've got two bishops,
right,
we
exactly.
know. We know.
That's absolutely right, dude. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
uh,
Two bishops, too much. Two bishops, too much.
9 minutes on g5. I mean, the knight's got limited squares it can go to. I'm trying to generate variations for Wesley, but actually I didn't see anything. I just felt weird about an obvious move like g5 having no answer.
Well, right. I mean, to me, like, okay, let's just say the obvious. After 21, bishop e5, chump GM move is just rook a d8 because you're concerned about something like g5.
Yeah.
So Wesley, rook f8 feels like some kind of dynamic attempt where he's got an idea against g5. But me and David are like, well, wait a second. What is it, buddy?
Yeah.
I trusted you,
And
Wesley.
it looks
I
like
told the whole story, Wesley, about you as a classical player, man. Everybody's gonna show me up, dude.
and it looks like Titus was kind of confused as well, right? Because if you were playing at 2100, you would play g5 in like 2 or 3 minutes, you know? you, but he spent 9 minutes on g5. Yeah, he wasn't sure what was going on either. Strema vicious. Somebody in chat said that I'm vicious on the attack. They should see Strema vicious on the attack.
Stravicious.
This,
Wesley is good on the counterattack, though,
yeah.
dude. And so I'm just guessing he has some idea here. I don't know what it is,
Mm-hmm.
but dude,
Do you have candidate moves other than knight h5 and knight c3?
no, I do not.
Nothing else has like cropped up as like this move attacks enough stuff.
Yeah, if he finds another move, it's going to be a wower, man.
He's played something.
Okay, we do have a move played.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, here it comes. All right, now we're going to try to guess what the hell's going on. GF6.
Is there
And I couldn't make knight e2 work. I couldn't make knight d1
is
work.
there bishop f6? GF6, bishop f6.
I don't understand that.
Pawn takes c3, we'd be down a piece. Queen c3 would be down a piece. pawn takes f6. Knight e2, king h1, bishop d6,
And then
rook,
queen e3, and I can't figure it
yeah,
out.
rook fe1 or queen e3. Um,
Well, rook fe1, I could play knight
knight
f4.
f4 through it. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Wesley needs something amazing, bro, or his tournament's over. His tournament's just over. Okay, here we go, knight d1. Now, something I said earlier, which I really liked, was two knights. The difference between two knights versus a rook and two bishops versus a rook is extraordinary. So here we go, fe7, knight f2. To me, this looks completely lost, as in completely.
Now, technically, rook f.
David, give me reason. Give me reason to say this is not completely lost.
Technically, after rook f2, queen e7, he's got two pawns and a rook against the bishop pair. Yes?
Right.
So,
Ooh, this does not look
by
good.
point count, it's still a game.
Yeah, if those were two knights, if those were two knights, we have a different story.
It just looks toast. Ay, ay, ay. And that's not even looking at the move bishop f6 for white, right? Which Vicious is going to check before just taking on f2. He's going to say, what if I play
Oh,
bishop
dude, he
f6?
even has bishop
Yeah.
f6.
He's going to say, what if I
Oh,
play bishop
no.
f6 and you don't even get the e7 pawn, right? Like your knight was trapped on d1, your knight is trapped on f2.
Oh,
Like,
bro.
I haven't calculated it yet, but I know it's there. If I were playing a game, I'd be calculating.
Oh, Wesley, bud, what have you done? This looks gone. Huh. Oh, you're really stinking up the dojo over here, Wesley.
Bishop. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with bishop f6, Jesse, and it also looks pretty simple to me, like g5 did. I mean, you can play rook e7, bishop e7, queen e7, rook f2, queen e1 check, rook f1, e3's covered. You've got two pawns against the bishop. f7's hanging, d5's coming.
No comprende, man. Yeah, I don't get it.
Um, looks like Wesley might be exiting quickly.
The only problem for Titas here is like he's got two good choices, and he's in a stressful situation. It's better not to have the choices.
Sometimes one winning variation is better than two.
Yeah.
Because then you keep 27 minutes on your clock.
Yeah. Bishop f6 just looks much stronger, though. It's just, why not? Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see why not. That's the end. That's cooked. That's, plus whatever. Just resign. All right, Sweet Blues reporting on the Oro game. We're just going to go get an update there if we can find it in the sea of games.
See, you got to have the tabs open,
I'm
bud.
sorry. I've got a lot of tabs. Yeah, that's a draw. We can reduce my tabs by one here. Oro drawing with Vidit. Draw agreed.
There it is.
They're going to play tie breaks tomorrow. Speed chess with the kiddo. Vidit did not want that, but there were no cracks in Oro in this two-game classical match. No cracks shown.
And the other thing to say is, like, remember back the last couple tournaments, one of the things that Grishuk would do is he would purposefully just make a draw in the first two rounds. Now, that's not what Oro did, but when you imagine a path for Oro, it's like him making a draw, the first two games. Well, this is his moment, dude. Yeah, I think I don't know actually, but I have a feeling his blitz rating is higher than Vidit's, dude. I have a feeling, right?
Could be.
Yeah. Um, so actually, let me ask you a question, Mr. Bruce. We are both prejudiced against this rapid tie breaks thing, but
Yeah.
aren't you a little curious to see Oro against Vidit
I'm
tomorrow?
mildly curious, but I think I need sleep more than I need rapid tie breaks tomorrow. Also, things lined up relatively well for me, Jesse. Wednesday night is when we've got our rap club here
Oh, the
in
rap club.
Berkeley,
Okay.
and if I do the rap club and the tie breaks, I will have 0 hours of sleep tomorrow night, and I'm not in college, dude. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. So my intention is to go rap tonight and then sleep,
Okay.
from like midnight till 6 or 7. Just get like a real good night. Vidit is definitely still better at rapid. I agree with Kalen. The blitz games are still a ways off. But, I'm sure Vidit's starting to feel it. Knight c6 played by Lorenzo Loiodice. And Han's not snapping back quickly on d5. Is there a world where he's considering knight d5, queen a7, king f1?
No.
Shut up,
No.
Bruce. No.
Maybe he is. I don't know. Shut up, Bruce. Well, that's what, by the way, that's why I liked Queen A7 is you take away a lot of that drama.
Yeah.
Knight C6 looks controversial because now isn't the knight on E4 undermined?
So you do want to consider knight d5 for a moment.
Yeah.
The knight is undermined. Check can be given. King has to go to f1 in response. But now, if the knight has to go back, the king on f1 might not be so disastrous, right? So the threat is queen e4. Right. The only move I see immediately is knight c5.
But then you're happy because your whole situation is like, we've been talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, white could play a move like queen c4, and just kind of maybe feel all right.
Or your queen b5 move,
Rook c8 defending things. Another option for white is just b4. Trade off.
So, one of the decision points, David, we were talking about, would you rather have this position with Rook D1 or the other one? And with Rook D1, or excuse me, not Rook D1, but Rook E6, right? Intending this Rook D1 position. It's a gambler's mindset that maybe kind of characterizes Niemann's play anyway.
I feel like normally he's happy playing really good strategic positional chess.
I mean, you could
He
argue that
doesn't
it's
feel
still
like a gambler to me.
It's still positional chess. You're saying I'm going to get the 3 pawns, like you said, and I'm at least going to be okay.
Yeah.
And now I feel it's paid off after knight c6 because after knight d5, the more I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, I'd rather be white.
Yeah. I would rather be white, but I almost slightly rather be white in the rook c2 position. So.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I wouldn't want to be in is Wesley So's position.
Oh, Wesley, what have
that boy is gone. Bishop f6 was played by Stremavicius. I mean, Titus can barely believe what's happening, right? I mean, it's such a bad blunder. He's spending more time on these moves than you would normally spend just because it's Wesley. But oh no. Oh no. Dramatic early exit from Goa for Wesley. I mean, it's very early to call this. Move 25, still moves to be played. But, that's the nature of the 2-game match. If you lose the game, you're out of the tournament. And I mean, I think you could tag me in and I could take this one home.
Actually, he's another one of your people, bud. He's 27. He's only 25.31 FIDE,
Yeah,
peak rating of 25.44,
yeah,
25.67, excuse me. And he's also, maybe he plays some German Bundesliga games or something. It's not like, yeah. So this is a guy's another one of these guys has been struggling to make it as a professional player forever. All of a sudden he's knocking out Wesley So.
yeah,
Holy moly.
yeah. Gosh, and I had Wesley So going to the
Oh, I
next
had him
round.
going deep. Yeah, this guy's ruining my challenge bracket.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. God, I've got Nepo going pretty far too, and Nepo's looking, a bit shaky, man. I mean, I
Well,
will.
Nepo's gonna go to the
I'm
tie
not
breaks
saying
against this kid, and
I'm not saying he's out right now. I'm just saying I've got 4 more rounds or 3 or 4 more rounds of Nepo in my bracket, and he does not look powerful at the moment. It's not a
um,
powerful impression he's giving. It's just Nepo doesn't have like a really scary opponent for the next couple rounds. I've got him against.
well, let's just say, Wesley didn't think Titas was a scary. He was like, Titas? Who's Titas? And all of a sudden, Titas is bringing it, man.
Yeah, I know anybody can, right? That's part of the madness of it all. Is anybody can bring it. Um, Harikrishna up 30 minutes on the clock, and he's just captured a free-ish rook on a8, turning around the material balance pretty dramatically. Looks like he's looks like Harikrishna might go through an insane style. Uh, in this round here. Um,
All right, Mr. Bruce, I'm going to demand we go back to one of our top
yeah, yeah,
games.
yeah. We can go to any game you want. Niemann has taken on d5 with the rook, queen a7, and then queen f3, not d3.
Queen F3.
So that's a new wrinkle on this position. We would still imagine knight c5 is the obvious move. Does he think rook d6 is going to win the game? No,
He's definitely dreaming
the
about
knight's allowed to
something
move.
with these things.
The rook on a8.
The knight's allowed to move, but it doesn't really necessarily want to move.
Yeah. I guess it goes to e7. What do you think? Or is he going to go knight c5, just f5, f6? Just play towards the old man?
Well, also I was thinking that knight c5, rook d6, and then if knight e7, we play f5. And we're looking at a lot of coconuts.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying maybe throw in rook d6 first and then f5, f6?
That was my thought, yeah. Because the queen likes looking at the rook over there.
Hmm.
Yeah, and she's lining up with f6 ideas. That queen f3 might be a really nice move.
Could be a very fine move. Are there candidate moves for black other than knight c5 here? Let's do a quick check.
I don't see it.
There's possibly knight e7 here.
Okay, I guess you could think about that.
Queen
Good.
e4, knight d5, and you kind of fall apart weirdly.
Ooh, knight e7. Maybe that's a good move.
He's got an alternative. I mean, it's just finding our candidates, right? Finding our candidates. So knight e7.
Because the point would be if you play, when you go rook somewhere, if you move the rook, I'm going to play knight f5. That might be a really good move, boss. Knight e7 played. You called it. You're GM today.
Yeah. Yikes. That's a move.
Knight e7 might be some. We were like queen f3. That looks good. But if knight e7's working, buddy, it ain't no good at all. Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, this is pretty good because the only okay, so if you're concerned about knight f5, you got to go rook d3,
Yep.
but that now allows knight c5 to come with tempo.
Yeah, but rook d3, I just played it on the board, and now Hans has also played it quickly. So he was not surprised by knight e7. He saw this coming. He's going to give it tempo. But That feels a little bit like he's on the defense now, right? A little
Yeah.
bit like he's struggling with the knight on e3.
Right, because knight c5, our rook doesn't have any magical squares. Okay. Knight c5 played, and we're going to see what Niemann's intention is here.
So yeah, so there's like a question about the Geary game and just in general how many games there are. The odds are that we've got something like 40 interesting games right now, Jesse, right? Of which we're watching sort
Oh,
of
yeah.
3 of them mainly.
Yeah, we're just picking a couple, yeah.
Part of the thing is, folks, if we look for 5 seconds at each of 40 games, they might all be interesting, but like we won't even figure out what's interesting about them at that speed. You know, we're just not
Yeah.
that kind of machine, right? And so, yes, in a tournament like this, I mean, I think, you know, a player like Lorenzo Loiodice, who many of you have never heard of, or Titas Stremovicius, right, who you may never have heard of, I think they're great players. You know, they've got all kinds of, you know, skills they've developed, and they've been studying chess forever. You know, they may not have broken into the top in the world, but you better believe they spent 10,000 hours trying. So there's interesting stuff everywhere here, and we are cognizant that we just can't keep up with all of it, you know, or answer every good question.
So, David, we got rook d6 on the board.
Okay. So it's a full tempo
And
down on knight c5,
full
rook
tempo
d6,
down,
knight
exactly.
e7, f5. Full tempo down.
Yeah. And black has a lot of different moves.
Lots of moves here. So much
Rook
time.
b8, rook c8, maybe king g. I don't like king g8, but that's a move.
Yeah.
Niemann, yeah, this is a brutal. This tournament, he could crash out too here. The milk could go bad here pretty fast.
Yeah. In this sense, like the position where you trade one rook with queen d3, rook d8, that position much harder for things to go wrong, because what can go wrong for white basically it's mostly in the middle game. In the end game, a knight's rarely going to work you when you've got 3 pawns. Like honestly, 3 pawns generally worth more than a knight in an end game, because knights fall off towards the end game. So like what can go wrong is you get mated, and if you take rooks off the board, you pretty much can't get mated unless you fully misplace your pieces. So, but here, it's still 3 results to me. This version of it, with rooks on the board.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather be black just because there's so many good moves to look at now. I'm checking in on Shanklin and Ivanchuk, friend of the dojo, and it looks like Sam is at least fine.
Okay,
At least
have a
fine.
quick look. Ivanchuk. Oh, he got to a rook endgame.
He's the rook endgame master. He wrote the book on rook endgames.
Yeah.
He wrote the book on endgame.
Oh, he might be winning here, Jesse, if he plays
He might even be
a6
winning, dude.
before king b5.
And the true, monster champions move would be to not take a draw here and be like, my rating's low and I need to come back up. So I'm gonna punish you, old man.
Jesse, it's the older you get, the rarer it is to get to feast on somebody older than you. And and you know where rating points reside. You're not going to get your rating points from a 10-year-old kid. It's never going to happen. If you want to get your rating up and you get paired with an older player, unfortunately, that's the nature of the jungle. You got to take them for what they got. Someone else is going to take their rating points otherwise if it's not you. Someone else is going to take those points.
All right, David, I'm demanding now we finally return to Gukesh.
Straight for the c pawn with king b5, so we get rook b7. I thought a6 first was finer, but we're not deep into this game, folks, right? So that's what I'm saying. We can't tell you anything too.
I think the drama, by the way, on a6 was black could play rook c6.
Oh, okay. I was looking at like rook c8, king b5, rook b8, and kind of like the same version as this, but with the pawn one step closer to queening. All right. And here, king e7 is going to have to be played to keep the rook out of d7. And And then rook a6, rook b7. I just
Well, I mean, White's pushing a
give
little
me
bit. Yeah.
1 second to see if Sam's winning or not. I can't find a win, dog.
Well, I don't know. King E7, Rook A6,
Rook
Rook
b7,
B7, King C6,
rook d7,
pressing.
c5, and then our rook kind of trapped on a6, so we can't make much progress.
We'll figure it out.
Wait, could he sack on a7 eventually?
I mean, there's things.
All right, I'm gonna ask one question, Jesse. Let me just try once
Okay.
to win this position for White. So I'll go rook a6, rook b7, king c6, rook d7, c5.
No, I think this. I mean, White's better, and so if nothing else,
Yeah.
and Black has to make a move.
Okay, so you're gonna play like king e8 or something like that, right?
King E8, King D8. Let's try King D8.
Okay. Now it's my moment, Jesse. It's my moment. I'm gonna go rook b6.
Okay, but before you do your moment, you could also just play King B5.
Okay, I guess so.
You don't have to be a genius all the time, Mr. Bruce.
But then rook b7 check. What am I doing with my life?
King C4.
King c4. Okay. Let me play rook b6, Jesse. Let me live. Let me live for one moment. Let me live. I don't just want to count beans all day.
Live, buddy. All right, AB.
AB. I'm gonna play CB. Always capture away from the center.
I don't know, but D1.
Rook d1.
I don't know. Actually, I should probably think about it.
All right.
That's what I should probably.
A6.
All right, Rook D1, A6, King C8.
Ugh. I've ruined it.
No, I don't think you wanted this. You've ruined it, buddy.
I've ruined it.
But he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't have, first of all, he just needs a draw.
Yeah.
So, Sam, listen, I appreciate that David doesn't like it when you take a draw. Actually, David, would this be a moment where it'd be okay for Sam to make a draw? Would it be okay?
If he wants, but I mean, he's got like 43 minutes on his clock and a good rook ending. I would.
But I mean, you get mad at people when they make a draw. So I'm just asking, would it be okay if in a better position he took a draw?
I wouldn't be mad at him. It's a 2-game match that you're just trying to win the 2-game match. Personally, I would try to win my game.
You got such a thing up your butt, buddy, about the draws that I think normally you would say it wasn't okay.
You know, I wouldn't do it, but I would understand other people doing it.
All right, bro, let's go to Gukesh. To me, I think he's better. Maybe significantly better.
He's
tell me.
claiming that the c3 pawn is sensitive.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the idea of knight d6, knight e4 if he wants to win the game right now. And what's Nogerbeck going to do? He's just going to assume the position with knight e2? Is that his big dream? Is that what you got into chess for, Nogerbeck? Did you dream of assuming the position?
But if you play knight e2, then the e5 is eventually going to come. Anyways, yeah, it looks very pleasant for black, right? b5 is also going to come if you play knight e2. Black has been holding off on b5 because white would have knight d3 to c5. He goes b5 now and presumably has an idea if white plays knight d3 here.
Mm-hmm. These guys are in some mild time pressure. They're at move 27, so they've got 13 moves to make. It's nothing like Grishuk, but little concern. So here, if the knight goes back to d3, what's he got in mind?
Yeah, exactly. My question too, bud.
Me and me both. You and me both.
Maybe something fancy like knight d6.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Knight back to d6, knight into c5, boom, come into e4 anyway, like you don't care. Knight takes, pawn takes. This bishop's going to somehow be better than the knight because it gets forced back for a moment here. Knight g1 will be my choice. And then e5. Knight e2.
You do have to wonder though, is on e5, what do you? I guess yeah, this is a critical position. Does White have d5 though?
Oh, I didn't even worry. I just thought White was going to bring out their pieces. D5. Rook c5.
c4.
BC. I don't
Oh,
know if I
you
have to
got
do it,
there.
but
You
I've got
go.
bishop d5 coming.
Yeah, do it. You should do it. Yeah, good. So I think that's a critical variation because if yeah, that's a cool variation because b5. What White had told himself, I'm gonna get inside his head is that if Black ever plays b5, I'll have knight d3. And Gukesh is saying, no, actually, boss, if knight d3, I got this knight d6 move. Knight c5 is a hell of a knight e4 is a hell of a drug. So, and when I get de4, your knight on g1 is persecuted.
Yeah, but if I go knight g1, knight e2, it's not over yet. The game's still to be played, I think. Yeah.
Oh, instead of d5, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes. You tried to test him friskily, but I think the knight wants to get out.
But let's say I play bishop d5.
Yeah. Queen e3, perhaps. I mean, king h2 is also reasonable.
Yeah, okay, fair. It's still pretty complicated. Yeah. That's a good point. It's interesting though because b5, you didn't have to do b5.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, David, I have a little bit of a hard time understanding what knight f4 is about.
Oh, it was so that if Black goes knight d6, knight e4, he's going to play knight e2 and defend c3.
Oh, well, that's ugly. So, but then why didn't Black play knight d6? Because that looks amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this was my line was knight e2, knight e4, queen e3, b5. That was the first line I tried for Black. Like first bring the knight to e2, then go for b5.
Or even you could wait on knight e4 and just play b5 directly and then say, what are you doing, buddy? Classic death position.
So knight d6, make them go to e2, then b5 right there.
Yeah. Now, presumably, Gukesh has an idea on b5, knight d3. I was thinking it was this knight d6 thing. Maybe there's something else.
Yeah. Nogerback's under pressure here, right? A little pressure on the clock, a little pressure on the board. But all he has to do is remember yesterday, right? When he drew a position similarly bad against the world champion. And you just draw inspiration from that. It's such a confidence game, chess is. He knows he can escape. He knows he can weasel his way out. Do we have moves in Hans's game? We'll look. Rook
We did
C8,
have the rook c
pleasant move for Loiodice to get in. He's got to be feeling pretty decent about himself here.
Also, I just want to, we don't have to go there, but I want to give an update on the So game and say we kind of went down a line that we expected and we just assumed was dead loss for Black. And I'm pretty sure it is still dead loss, but I know from experience that it's not super easy, especially if Black can keep the queens on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the end game is pretty easy. I'll say that.
By endgame, you mean if White gets the
If
queens
queens were
off,
off,
right?
yeah. I mean,
And honestly,
if you just take them off the board, or if you imagine queen e5, queen e8, or something,
uh-huh.
pretty easy.
That's not, yeah, this one's okay. I think we're both agreed it's got to be lost, but he does need to show some technique here.
Yeah.
Okay.
His plan against bishop c6 must be rook d1. Yeah, maybe queen g5 as well. Yeah, it's not really.
You could play rook e7, right? Or rook d1, sure. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of stress. I guess the stress for white is like, well, I have to be winning, but how do I do it, man?
Wait a minute. It's showing Ivanchuk as having just resigned here.
Yeah, he resigned, dude. What? You know what he might have done is in frustration, he might have said, well, since I'm not gonna win this game,
Yeah.
I might as well just end it. My tournament's
Or
over.
or he saw the next move for Sam, which we didn't mention the first time we looked at this board.
Oh, it's king e7, king
Yeah.
c6. Oh, goodbye. Yeah.
Goodbye. Now again, it's a little depressive to resign before your opponent finds that move and shows it to you, but yeah.
Well,
That
dude,
looks like goodbye.
congratulations. So that's a huge 2 points that he's gonna pick up, I don't know, around 8 to 10 rating points, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 8.
So that helps him a lot, dude.
You gotta harvest those points, Jesse. If you ever are fortunate enough to get paired with somebody older than you, you just gotta
Oh,
do
well,
it.
that's okay. So let's figure this out actually. So who would he be facing in the next, who could he
Well,
potentially
I've
be
got it in
facing?
my bracket, so let me look it up for you.
Your Chalong?
Yeah,
I'll
my
go to
Chalong. I've
Chalong.
got him against Vidit next round.
Well, so he could play Oro next round.
He could also play Oro.
There we go.
Then eventually they'll be playing Erdomus in the round of whatever, 32 or something.
Dude, whoever picked Titas, that person's gonna win this Chalong thing.
Yeah. There might not be anybody who did pick him, you know.
By the way, it looks like we have oh, there's I see.
Excuse me. That's a nice instructive rook and pawn ending move, though, that king c6.
Yeah.
Very clean. Good game for Sam. Good game for Sam. Yes, yes, yes. The Neshvar is out against Ivan Saric. Couldn't get anything going in this endgame here.
All right, knight d3 on the board with Kazibek. And so we're about to see that. And people want the Niemann game. They're pissed. They're like, what's going on with the Niemann game? I understand. Understand. Oh, David, you're going to be so happy after rook c8. Niemann played your h3.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jesse, but like at some point the king needs to get off that diagonal, right? It's got to. I'm sorry.
All right, lots of moves for black again.
Harikrishna is through, won that game with the queen sack in the opening. I mean, just absolute domination all the way through, honestly. Just never let the guy move. Ugh. Nasty. Nasty. He's into round 3. Is Pentala Harikrishna. All right, we're back to Niemann, right? Or you want?
Sure, Niemann.
Or you want Nogerbeck?
I think my rule of thumb here is I'm going to have 7 windows open, and if one of these games draws or whatever, then I go to a different one. Noordebeck, by the way, that one's a good example. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to go to tie breaks.
Beautiful.
Where we're assuming that Noordebeck has to win. Now, let's just say Noordebeck loses a bunch of rating points here. He's probably going to go under 10 in the world now, which is surprising because I think we all kind of put him in the range of, like, let's say 4 to 6 in the world, 4 to 7 in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to drop out of the top 10. Has had a little bit of a rough spot.
Yeah. But look, he's up
and
against...
He made fun of...
He's got the same problem as Gukesh. Honestly, it's brutal because in that area of the bracket, with Nogerbeck and Gukesh, they gave them both of these Kazakhs. They gave them Nogerbeck and Makhniev. So, brutal.
Well, what I was going to say was similar with Gukesh is that he made fun of Gukesh as being like, he said something like, well, I don't know who's going to win, but I can tell you whoever does win the candidates is going to be
Yeah,
Gukesh. You know, it's not being able to beat the chumps, you know, hasn't been able to beat the
yeah.
chumps.
What do you think the current eval is on this Hans Niemann game after H3 is played? And we'll leave aside the clock times for the moment. Give me an objective on the board evaluation.
Oh, um, that's a good question. In general, I believe in black. I wasn't sure about rook c8. I thought rook b8 was also very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the problem, okay, let me just say the problem with rook c8 is you are claiming that you have a cool place for your knight on c5 to move to. Because if the knight doesn't move, then rook c8 was a bad move. Because where am I going?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I need the rook to be free and getting
Whereas
play.
like Rook B8, you're asking White an immediate question about Rook B2.
Right. And so when I think about the evaluation, the problem for black is like I believe he should be able to find something here, but if he doesn't, then white has a simple plan. I'm gonna play king h2. I'm eventually gonna play f5. I'm gonna play f6. Black needs to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now that position might still be defensible, but it's going to put some pressure on Black.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, okay, my evaluation currently is 0.15 on this position. You want to see
Wait, what?
0.15. I think objectively it's super close to equal. Um, but I think endgames favor White a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. They should be draws, but if I had to choose which side to defend from, I would defend from White's side.
Um, the other thing I would want to say is like I don't, but yeah, like I said, black needs to find a way to move the knight on c5 in a constructive way. And just I don't see where he goes.
Right, you can't go to e6, so we're talking about the knight. Can't go to e6. I guess there's knight d7, which doesn't look particularly good, but technically that's a square for the knight. Don't know where it goes to next, but yeah, knight d7.
So at this point, I would rather be white because if the knight doesn't find a cool spot to move to,
Mm-hmm.
then especially in the scramble that's going to happen, it's going to be more pleasant for a peasant for white. Now, maybe what he's dreaming of, by the way, is can I play the super sad looking knight b7,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bruce?
Then rook d7.
Rook d7, knight f5. Could I do this? So let's just say
Yeah.
fianchettoing the knight is not something you want to do willingly, but the point is I'm going to get knight f5 on the board.
All right. So rook b7, queen e3, queen e3, knight e3. Idea rook c2 with counterplay.
There, I would rather be black, right? I'm getting some juice.
Well, again, I would argue that it's
Maybe,
hard for white to be
maybe.
worse. I mean, let's say I played g4.
I was thinking, by the way, you could play king f2, knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
uh, g3,
Sure, I could do that too.
and just say you can come to c2, but I'm still cruising
Yeah,
upwards.
I could also play king f3 instead of g3 in that line, right?
Good, good, good. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's actually
Just
very
put the
different.
king on e4, just keep playing, you know?
That's a good
Rook's on
variation.
the
Yeah.
seventh.
Okay.
Again, this is like an example. Somebody's asking, like, what would be my evaluation in the end game? I mean, again, like, I think it should be drawable, but I would be more worried about messing it up with black than I would be with
I thought
white.
that was a really instructive variation, Mr. Bruce. That was good because yeah, we're just like even if the pieces all come off,
Right.
and in that final position, Black's king is really hosed, Bills.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, black's a little bit passive. They need to get the rook and knight coordinated for some kind of counterattack, right? So they have to go after g2 or f4 or something with the knight and the rook to get some purchase. And in general, when they do, white usually has a draw with rook b8, rook b7. So it's like it's harder for the milk to go bad for white, as you would say, right? Like there's more of a margin for error where you just rook b8, rook b7, whatever, you can't lose, or at some point in a position like this, let's say black plays h6 or h5, and white just plays rook b5, and you just pick up the a pawn, and I don't.
By the way, I'm gonna really say I do not like rook c8 because I don't. You got to move. You have to have an idea of where you're gonna move the knight, son, and I don't know where it is.
Mm-hmm. And then
So
off the
rook
board,
c8 is not my.
we've got 13-minute time advantage for Niemann right now with 10 minutes to go. And so even though our eval bar is a small edge for white, um, the odds right now in the game are heavily in Niemann's favor with the time situation. Queen b8 just ate up 11 plus minutes. So basically 3/4 of Loiodice's time. So that was unfortunate. He struggled with his next move here. He threatens Queen b2, maybe. Unless white can just play
Maybe
f5,
that's a good
f6.
question. Is he threatening it? Yeah. All right, Queen b8, maybe a thought. The nice thing there is if I take on b2, I'll be looking at the e5 square.
Right. I mean, I think the basic calculation here is f5, Queen b2, f6. That sort of demands an immediate response or answer.
Good. I agree.
And maybe black intends Queen a1 in that position, Jesse, going off of what you said about the queen's eyes. Queen a1.
Uh-huh.
We've envisioned safety on h2 for our king. But I think now we have to resort to knight f1.
But knight f1 at a bare minimum, I can now play queen e5, and I'm not going to lose this game anymore.
F takes knight check.
King takes.
Why would you not lose this game?
Well, it's equal material and equal everything.
Well, not equal king position. Rook d5.
Did I blow it? Maybe
I don't know if you blew it, but I mean the game's still going here.
Okay,
In fact, you want to see a more fun move, Jesse?
so.
After king e7,
Okay.
After king e7, knight e3, threatening knight f5.
I like your other move better. Here I have rook f8.
Here you have rook f8. Let's see if I have no juice. You've refuted me. You fiend.
Your rook d5 though was annoying enough.
Yeah, you've refuted me. That's incredible. Prabhat Kiran Mukherjee says that Salem Saleh's games are absolutely glorious when he's in form. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, so rook d5. I think you have to try queen e4.
Queen e4, queen f6. I like your queen e4 better, yeah.
Yeah. And, I don't know, maybe I go queen h5, threatening rook e5 and rook c5. And, there's still a lot of game to be played here. It's scary for black.
No, I'm going to play knight e6 and I'm fine, buddy. Come on.
Why are you so quick to reject
maybe
the game?
I'm not. Maybe you play rook ace.
I mean,
Rook
Rook
A5, I
A5,
guess, or
I'm up a
something.
pawn. Knight to G3, I'm playing the game.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we're saying Queen B8, and the main variation for us is F5. Maybe there's something else, but F5 is the main squeezer.
Yeah, I mean, what would be other moves? I mean, Knight C4 could potentially be a move. Defending B2, attacking A5. I think white has a fair amount of latitude here.
Okay, but let me just fight back for a little bit. So remember our variation, Queen B8,
Mm-hmm.
F5, Queen B2, F6, Queen A1, Knight F1. It's very sad, Mr. Bruce, to be leaving the scene of the action. Why can't I just play Knight G6 there and say, what do you got?
Yeah, all right, good question. So you leave the pawn on E5 as a pawn to potentially win as black. I like that.
Looks like the Keimer game is over.
Okay,
So Keimer, it looks like he advances.
I have to mess with you. I'm going to try the move rook to C6.
You're always messing with me, buddy.
You could trade it, then go queen d4 check.
You know, I don't think I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, that doesn't feel quite right.
I don't even know what magic you intended on rook takes queen E5.
Oops. I had nothing there either. Ooh, this is going badly for white. Knight g6 is great.
Well, we don't have to play F5. Okay, so queen B8.
Hang on.
Maybe queen B8's a reasonable
Yeah, but
move.
we've got another key variation. F6, queen a1 check, rook
Uh-huh.
d1. I just blundered this earlier.
All right, let's go here. Queen B. Okay, so F5, queen B2, F6. Okay, I see what we're saying.
No.
So that now if I play knight G6, your knight is still active going to F5.
Well, also the queen's attacked on a1. It's just tactical. We were blundering a piece-winning move.
This might be a thing.
Yeah. Okay, so queen b8, f5.
Okay, that.
Queen b2, f6. We could play knight g6 without that check.
Okay, but here's what I didn't understand. Let's say I check FG check.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say king takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Queen F6 check.
Yeah.
King G8.
I guess.
Knight F5 and our knight. Well, okay, maybe because Queen C1 F to F4.
Sorry, Jesse.
Queen C1
Either you or
check.
my internet sort
King
of died
H2,
for a
Queen
second
F4
there.
draw. That's amazing. I think it was me, bud.
Okay.
I think it was my internet.
Queen f4 with the draw. Outstanding.
And I had thought about this, but I didn't get it. I didn't understand quite what we were doing. So, Mr. Bruce, let's think about this knight d5.
Okay, I got something.
First question is how to be.
I'm going to try rook d8 check and trade everything down. Oh, some moves have been
Oh, I
played though.
see.
Sorry, Jesse. Some moves have been played.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, buddy.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
sorry.
So knight d5 was played, and then queen b7, which maybe is an exclam move. I don't know.
Chat's updating
Queen
that
b7 might be a good.
Nepo is out. He lost the end game, Jesse.
What? Dang. Two big upsets
He
here.
got slowly
Nepo and Wesley probably out.
ground down
Wow.
in the opposite bishop. Deep tie on Gosh.
Deep T and Ghost, buddy.
Whoo! Oh, mama.
Wow.
There were no upsets yesterday, by the way. Like, none of the 2,700 plus lost a game in the first round. There were a bunch of draws, but none of them lost a game in the first round. But if you lose in the second round, it's too late to do anything about it.
Dude, Diptyon played a great ending. He played an amazing ending.
Yeah. Feels that way.
Damn. Holy catoles. Oh, man. Nepo, dude, well, we did our top 10 predictions a while back, and I was like, Nepo's going out of the top 10, and you guys were like, no way.
What?
And
We
then it's
both said
happened.
he was going out of the top 10 as well.
I said it 2 years ago, and then no one believed me.
Okay. Well, I said it for this year, and
All right, now before we count Wesley out, go check this position out. I do think it's hard with the Wesley position. There's really good chances for a perpetual madness here.
Gergai has a chance of equalizing the match against Mamedyarov, dude. He's kind of pressing an endgame.
Kaylin's saying Nepo's out of the top 20 now. Dang, that's cold, man. That's cold.
Oh, the idea is rook e6, knight g5. Oh, he doesn't want to lose. Yeah, Mamedyarov might still be able to save that.
What do you think? Do you think that Wesley can hold this endgame, buddy?
I think there's like a 40% chance or so that he holds it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because basically, I mean, he's got so many checking angles with just queens on the board, right? And
Yeah.
the H pawn, it looks like black can play f6 g5 and just defend it, so it's not really a weakness.
I don't think you want to play G5 if you can avoid it, because you don't want to weaken the light squares.
I mean,
But
it's not like your main goal, but I think you can do it and get away with it here. I don't really see how white wins anymore. I think the rook trade was a good choice by Wesley. And maybe a poor trade by Titas. Right here.
your boy Richard Rapport is through.
I don't think Titas is winning this endgame, actually. I don't think so.
Levon is through.
Okay.
We haven't talked about Sindarov at all, but he looks like he's going to be through.
He won yesterday, right? So he was in good shape.
Oh, it's a whole mess. Oh, it's a big position right now with Sindarov.
Oh, yeah. Against Petrov.
Okay, so yeah, Sindarov just needs a draw, and
When he's trying to play some kind of like
he has
Kasparov
more than a draw.
Topalov game.
Yeah, he's going Kasparov Topalov, buddy.
Ooh, buddy. But that rook is going to win the pawn on c3.
That's pretty hectic, yeah.
It's still hectic, yeah.
But I think we believe that white can make a draw. I think that's what we believe,
Most
that white can
likely,
make
yeah.
a draw.
Most likely.
Yeah.
But black can, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard not to allow a perpetual as black, yeah. Oh, here's an interesting move. King B1. Rook
He
C3,
played
Queen
King
A2, King
D2.
B4. Yeah, just King D2.
Yeah. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's not going to lose
Yeah,
that
he's
thing.
going to hold this game and win the match.
Sindarov was one of my picks early on in our drafts.
In the junior drafts?
Yeah.
I think I got him.
You better not have, buddy.
All right.
You better not have.
Looks like Woodward's in grave danger in this endgame against Alexienko. I would vaguely guess that it's terminal.
I kind of like scroll and scroll and scroll to get down here, man. But I'm going to keep, this is going to be one of my tabs here.
King H2. You know,
Woodward likes to play the time pressure.
Niemann needed all his time. He caught up on time here.
Oh my God, we got so it's a real mess here. B6.
Maybe Queen F7.
Dude, yeah, so Keimer won again. He's just solidifying that number 4 spot, bud. Damn.
Did he just 2-0 his match?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember too, I was on a German podcast like 2020 or 2021, and they were like, "What do you think about Keimer?" And I was like, he's a good player and all, but like, think about all those other kids out there. Why, they were being patriotic. They were like, "Come on, obviously this kid's amazing."
Of course. Yeah.
But there were so many other amazing kids,
Right.
and then now he's really brought it here, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's brought it. And I remember last World Cup, you were poo-pooing him, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't like him.
Yeah, his play wasn't that flashy.
Yeah, he's not. Well, he's super solid. And Abdu has fallen to 14th in the world, bro. 14th. Damn.
It's tough.
Oh man. Okay. So
That's tough. Do I enjoy Gukesh because he's a calculator? I mean, it's one thing I like about him, but one of many. I like.
Dude, wait, we got to look. Niemann's opponent might have slayed him here, dude. Knight D4. Ooh, and then Niemann found Queen G4. Holy moly.
H5. H5.
H5, buddy. Welcome to the dojo.
It's a slaying competition.
But what about Queen H5? Can you do that now?
Perhaps. Queen H5. What are you thinking? Queen D5, Queen H8, Queen G8.
Oh, Queen G8. Very good. That's his point. Good. I missed that at first. Okay. Dude, I think Niemann might be out, dude.
Why would he be out? Can't he just trade queens here? Why would he be out? Like Rook B7, HG, let's say Rook A7 as a most basic.
I don't like that position though, bud. I don't like that for white.
Okay.
GH. Let's just say you have to take back on H3. Maybe I'm wrong that you do, but let's just say you do.
I'll take
King
it with my
H3.
king. I'm not against.
And then A4. Black's got good play there, bud.
A4.
Okay, maybe it's still. You're right. Maybe it's still a messy mess. Good.
Just a Gameovich. I mean, I would prefer my king in the middle, but I mean, Black's got 2 pawns left to win the game with. I'm not
Lorenzo's putting a pretty good game together,
Yeah,
man.
I agree. But I mean, I'm not too scared as white here.
We haven't had a good player come out of Italy since the 1500s, bud.
Or Fabi.
Right?
Or Fabi.
No, Bobby's not Italy,
So
but
you're thinking Greco?
yeah, maybe Greco or somebody. Since the Medici family was in power. Those Knights are good, man. I like this Lorenzo
Oh,
guy. He's pushing it.
dude, Jesse Mamadjarov resigned against Gurgai.
Oh yeah, Gergai brought it, dude.
Holy moly. Hang on, I didn't think it was clear here. I thought he was going knight g5. Rook e2 just resigns? It was that easy? Okay. That's insane. You remember that guy went just like absolutely ape nuts
Yeah.
yesterday, right? Through every single piece that Mamadjarov lost in a heap,
Uh-huh.
and he come back and crushes him when Mamadjarov only needs a draw? Oh man, the 2700s are bleeding today, Jesse. Bleeding.
Yeah. That's kind of it for, I mean, Mamadjarov had a slim chance at making the candidates, but I think now, I feel like he's too old now, bud. Yeah, he's 40 now, dude. He's 40, so that's it. That was his last chance. Crashed out.
Well, they still have a tiebreaker tomorrow.
What, oh, Mamadjarov
He
won
won
yesterday?
yesterday, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. So
Rookie
it's not over
two.
yet. The dream's not dead.
Classy rookie two. Woodward desperate for counterplay over here on a5, but it looks so bad for him. Back to Niemann. He trades. Now, against rook a7, I think black has this move knight c6, Jesse, which I didn't
Oh, yeah,
play
keep that pawn,
previously.
buddy.
So white could go rook c7, trade rooks. White could go rook b6, but I really wanted my rook on the 7th.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a very nice point to see. Rook A7, Knight C6. Welcome to the dojo.
So I think he's just going to play rook b6, and we're going to get a long endgame, but I think it's pretty close to equal at the moment. What do you think? Something like rook
I
b6,
mean, if I can
gh.
achieve A4, I mean, there's danger for you, my friends.
Mm-hmm.
There's danger for you if I can achieve A4.
Right. But I mean, would you think black's better? Or.
I don't know. I don't know. I would rather be black though. Let's just say that. I don't feel like I'm because like at that point, once I achieve A4, that means at a minimum I can probably crash out with the knights if I really get in danger, you know.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, you didn't want rook B6. You wanted rook A7.
Yeah. Oh, he's going under a minute here. That's how much he doesn't want rook b6.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Odysseus, I would not expect black to win this endgame of Niemann's. I'm just trying to suss out what Jesse thinks the evaluation is. I have it at plus 0.15. In other words, I slightly prefer the 3 pawns versus the knight. But um, but Jesse's sort of signaling that it's 3 resulty at least. So he thinks there's chances for black. I don't know if he thinks black's going to win, as Niemann does choose to keep the rooks on. It was a pretty big choice here, rook c7 versus rook b6. Yeah.
All right, we got rook B6, your GM today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
43 seconds left.
They're on move 36. Good question, Kelly. They're on move 36. Why did Hans trade queens? Wouldn't he have wanted to keep them on? He traded queens because he got tactically forced into it. I think he wanted to keep them on. Basically, what happened here was after rook b6 attacking black's queen, he was probably expecting queen f7. There's a chance he didn't see this whole continuation coming of knight d4 attacking his queen. He can't take on b7 because knight f3 is check, and then knight takes b7 wins for black. So he had to move the queen away. leaving his knight on d5 hanging.
By the way, Mr. Bruce, I think knight a4 is initiating a sequence where we're just, at the minimum, we're getting a draw, I think. So it's like rook b7, knight c5,
Mm-hmm.
which happens.
Played quickly. Rook
Rook
b6
b6,
quickly.
yeah.
Knight a4
I think
quickly.
they're gonna make a draw here, yeah.
They're each going to be a little nervous about their time situation. But why do you say it's forced? Could white not play rook a6?
Yeah, but then I can play gh and knight b2.
Uh-huh. And then rook a5?
You're not gonna. I don't know. I'd rather be black.
With a single pawn on the board, you'd rather be black. Rook a6, gh, king h3, knight b2, rook a5. You'd rather be black here.
Well, we're about to find out whether Niemann would rather be white or black.
Yeah, but I'm asking. I'm asking about you. I'm concerned about you, my friend. Like,
I'm concerned about you.
I don't worry about Niemann. I'm concerned about you. You'd rather be black here. Like, you're gonna beat white with this G pawn?
Well, first of all, we have to say that on rook a6, it's not just knight b2 that you have to be concerned about. It's rook c5.
I know, but first we're just looking at this position. This is a free roll for white, Jesse. 3 pawns you can throw at black. If one of them queens, you win. If you lose all your pawns, it's still a draw.
Niemann agrees with me. He plays rook b7.
Okay. So,
but I think the main point is that rook a6, rook c5 is just like, no way. I think they made a draw. Yeah, they just made a draw.
Rook c5, kicking the knight and looking to win b2 for free, right?
Yeah.
Now, even there, if white wanted to, they could keep playing with knight b6. You know? If he didn't run out of Maloons.
Oh.
Maloons, yeah, that's another one for you. You'll get there eventually, but Maloons is kind of like coconuts, you know.
What is Maloons? What are Maloons?
Well, in another series of Brandon Sanderson's that you haven't yet read, that's more like sci-fi.
Okay.
There's this alien species that sort of their souls bond to trees, and they grow fruits on the trees, and different fruits represent different emotions. And when you grow Maloons, it means you're very, very brave. So, if you're growing big Maloons on your tree,
so standing in for big old who's nuts? These nuts.
That's why I used an alien language to not appear as crude as you. But basically, I was saying, if white had some more Maloons, I'm not that afraid of rook a6, rook c5, knight b6. Like, I'm happy to just play out all these endgames as white.
Yeah, so the bummer for Niemann is he's going to lose some rating points, and now he's going to... I believe in his chances in this tiebreak, for sure. Yeah.
Whose chances? Loiodice?
Niemann's chances.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course these guys' chances. Drew this match 1-1. I think we had a pretty good grip on this game, Jesse. We might computer check our analysis later and find that we didn't, but I think we had a pretty good grip on the game. You know, white had an edge, chose to go for rook e6, perhaps reducing that edge, but also, you know, making things pretty chaotic. And
let's cheat right now, bud. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it together. Let's just look at a couple positions.
Okay.
In particular, let's go to the rook e6 position.
Sure.
Okay, wait. Before I turn it on, the claim is that with rook 6 c2, white is a touch better, and that it's madness on rook e6. That's the claim. All right, here we go. Oh, rook e6, it likes it, dude. But it also, yeah, it likes rook e6. Wow. Rook e6 exclam. Queen d7, knight f8.
The big revelation to me, Jesse, is it says rook c2 would have been equal. So actually, rook e6 was the only way to play. My engine here is only giving plus 0.3, which is around where we had the evaluation.
Well, it's saying, first of all, that rook d1 is the best move. Amazing.
Okay.
Right?
Let me see.
So they played best play here. Knight
Queen
c6.
d7 only move, by the way. Everything else you
Yeah.
immediately lose.
Rook d5. Queen a7. And now it wanted your move, dude. Queen d3 and not this queen f3 move, which I think we're going to say that on queen f3, he did not appreciate knight e7 because he lost the full tempo on what he wanted.
Yeah, I
So your
knight
move,
e7
queen
might have been a
d3, was just
surprise to
much
him.
better.
I only thought of knight e7 because it was like, oh, obviously we go knight c5, and then I was like, just check. Like, is there no other candidate move? So
Right.
it was a good effort by
So
Loiodice to
so
make himself
it
look at
was
knight
queen
e7.
f3. Right, and queen f3 was the move that threw it away.
But they're saying
Not threw it away, but like
queen d3 may be still an edge for white after knight c5. And now we had looked at rook d8, but they're saying white can get away with queen h7. They being a
right.
computer, folks.
Yeah.
So, wait, no, there's no rook d8. This is with knight on c6. So this is not exactly where we had looked at rook d8. This is a slightly different line.
Right. By the way, when I said rook b8 was this, well, actually now it's saying equals, but at first it was saying rook b8 was better. Oh, and it's saying queen b8 was a big mistake, boss. Oh, we should look at that because the engine is saying that f5 was in fact the move after queen b8, and that's what we wanted, buddy. We called that. Oh yeah, f5.
Yeah, so this was a big moment. f5. I don't think we ever found a defense for black after f5, did we? Like, the closest we had was some line like queen b2, f6. What do we do? Knight g6, fg7, king g7, queen f6, king g8. And here, against knight f5, we thought queen c1 to f4 was defending. But there's a winning move for white here after queen c1, Jesse. This is what we missed. It's insane. But
Okay, wait.
do you remember when you found that queen c1, queen f4?
Right.
And your internet was like kind of cutting out, and I was analyzing a different line, and then I was like, oh, queen c1, f4, nice find.
What's going on? Oh, it's rook c1, rook d1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
dude.
d1, because they're so mated. You just draw the queen off the perpetual.
Ooh, man, that's cold.
Yeah. That's a nice
It's
little.
rook d1, and it's even just like mate in 5.
Yeah, it's
Goodbye.
just, yeah, rook d1, mate. So,
Wow,
so that,
that's
I
cold.
imagine that's a possibility that's what Niemann didn't see. I mean, it's
Perhaps, yeah.
pretty relevant, right? Because f5 looks
Hmm.
really strong here, and knight d5, felt like it goes back towards pretty equal. And we did not, yeah. King h2, knight f5, good move. Rook b6, knight d4, best move. h5, best move.
Yeah, so they make mistakes, but they're not they're not big
No, not
mistakes.
big mistakes. By the way, the computer says you can play rook a6, Jesse, at the end.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
so if you want to. Rook a6 is fine.
It's
Gh3,
actually saying white's
queen
a tad
h3,
better after that.
knight
So
b2,
you were
rook a5, whatever. It's fine.
you were right about that. Niemann was wrong.
Okay, we did pretty good on that game, Jesse.
We did pretty good. I guess what I want to rephrase what I said. It's not that they're making fewer mistakes. It's that they play incredible series of moves correctly, and then it's just like then the mistakes come in the middle. Like when you look at this game, like yes, mistakes were made, but like they played series of moves were just perfect play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I want to. Huh. And if I go all the way back to move 21,
Mm-hmm.
um, it doesn't like it says knight d4 is the third best, but it's still liking white's position there. And knight b8 is not on the top. Well, that's in the third choice of a move. But it's interesting because it's like knight b8. The guy was, it was a really ballsy move because it's like you've really welcome to the jungle kind of situation with rook takes e6. Wow. You got to think from Black's perspective, if you're going to play knight b8, though, that you probably have dismissed rook e6 in some way, or you just haven't seen it. Because you don't have to play knight b8. There's so many other moves you could do.
Mm-hmm.
I think I played chump moves like queen b8 or rook a7, and those come up. I mean, you don't need to be a chump GM to find those moves.
Yeah.
Right. All right, cool. All right, so that one's done. We'll see. I might come tomorrow morning and stream it, but I don't know. We'll see. I am prejudiced against the thing, but it's gonna be, and also it would be, how am I gonna follow it? It'd just be like what it's gonna be at least 20 games that are just pure madness.
Yeah. Hang on 1 second.
It looks to me like Gukesh is winning, by the
I'm
way.
leaving you for 1 second, Jesse. Sorry.
All right. So he's leaving me for a second. Gukesh looks like he's winning, which would retain his spot at the top 10. He needs that top 10 spot, bro. He needs it bad. I see someone's yelling at me over here. Oh, and Kostya might take over, which would be good because I got to get out of here. And Kostya could take over for Mr. Bruce, let that boy take a nap. We are in different time zones, so I'm in the East Coast, so it's plausible for me to wake up early, whereas Bruce is barely sleeping at all. Barely sleeping at all. Unfortunately, I cannot move the screen. Mr. Bruce has to do that. I will tell you, though, a couple updates. My guess is that Wesley's going to hold this draw position, or at least it's going to be so difficult for Black. Hey, Mr. Bruce,
Hey.
Kostya is here and says he's ready to take over. Do you want to let him take over?
Sure. Yeah. Gladly.
I think I would sign off too. I got some life stuff to do, but this has been a fun broadcast. Maybe we'll just wrap up real quick. See how we feel. I'm gonna say Woodward looks toast. That's my Woodward guess.
Yeah, so the Woodward Endgame I've been wondering about earlier. It looks pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. I still think it looks lost. It looked even more lost to me with rooks on the board, but it's probably lost either way. Folks, don't go anywhere. I know Jesse's talking about ending the stream, but we'll only be stepping away when Kostya takes over, meaning stick around for Kostya. And there's this Nogerbeck versus Gukesh game. Looks pretty intense still. Maybe Kostya will let us in on that
dude,
action.
check this out. A Wonder takes it 2-0. 2-0 victory. So a Wonder, dude, man, he is slaying. He's gained some points.
I had a Wonder winning this round, but I think I predicted Nepo to beat him next round, and Nepo's already out, right?
Yeah, Nepo's out, but
which leaves room for a Wonder Liang to. Oh no, next round he should still be against like Ralph Mamedov or someone, or Rasmus Svane. Man, Nepo's already gone. Okay. Well, Jesse, what do you think of Gukesh's position? Is he up a pawn here?
I think he's winning. I think he's just totally winning.
Let's see let me just see briefly what happened. So he got into this funky battle over c5. He played e5, where pawn takes e5, knight f5 would lose a piece for white. So white solidifies the knight on c5, and Gukesh lets him have the knight on c5, grabs some space, Knight on c4. Knight to a3. Back and forth. So he gets all that space, but the evaluation wouldn't be obvious to me at this point. Knight on c5 versus bishop on f7 with some space. f4. Tradeovich, queen gets in and just starts eating. Okay, so he's up a pawn and he's better.
Yeah, he's winning. I mean, that's his knight on c4 is better than the knight on c5 now.
No, because white could play knight e3 and trade it at some point. Knight on c5 is...
If you trade it, then I play DC and it's good night, Lucy.
Okay.
So yeah, nice. Well, I'm gonna say Gukesh wins this one. He needs it, but he needs a confidence booster.
Glassy Boy says India's national champion got eliminated. Who's the current national champion of India?
Yeah, who is that? I've been following in the background. A game we haven't talked about was Arvind versus Kartik, just because I'm like, who is this Arvind dude? And it's been a tame game so far. I guess it's gonna. I don't know. Maybe Arvind's maybe a little better. It's hard for me to judge.
They had a draw yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, Indian. Indian won a good match in the first round, but in round 2 he was up against Nguyen Tai Dai Van, and I predicted Nguyen Tai Dai Van to win in my bracket, so that's good news for me. Good news for me. Okay, so we think that Gukesh will win. We think that Alexienko will win. Leko and Bobby Cheng. Twiston
and at the moment, dude, Titas has not been making progress. Dude, can you imagine having that position with Bishop F6 and then not winning the game? Can you imagine, bro? Oh, that would be painful.
I think I would have. I think I would have
buddy. You say that, buddy, but Black classical player, dude, and White didn't know how to do it. White didn't know how to do it.
All right, Peter Leko is through. Jesse, Peter Leko is through.
Oh, that's real exciting.
It is. I'm sure he's excited. I'm sure he's very excited. Now Vincent can congratulate him. That was an epic game by Peter as well. Beautiful game. Beautiful game.
Yeah, Shanklin coming back in. So yeah, Shanklin's playing either Vidit or Oro. He gets a rest date. That's one we're following. Yeah. Okay, bud. All right, I'll leave you here.
Cool.
And I guess I won't see you tomorrow, but I will see you Friday morning.
You'll see me Friday morning for the start of round 3.
Chess fans, I'm leaning towards looking at this rapid thing tomorrow. I'm leaning towards, but it's no guarantee.
Okay.
Actually, it'll be very hard for me to do it. If I did it, it would just be like the first little bit of time, which maybe it won't take that long to get some results, actually. What is it, David? Is it a 30-minute game? 30 plus 30? What is it? We don't care.
I think it's like 2 15-minute games with some like 5-second increment or something. Then maybe some 10-minute games. Then some 5-minute games. Yada yada. Blah blah blah. Max is saying it's 15 plus 10. Then 10 plus 10. Then probably 5 plus 5. 5 plus 3. 3 plus 2. 3 plus 1. Armageddon. I'm just going to scroll down here and see some results. And maybe open up some games. Some new games.
All right, bud. I'm out. I'll talk to you on Friday morning.
Cheers.
All right, bye.
Bye. Meeting closed. Let's go to the one-man view. All right, so this is the Aravind versus Kartik Venkataram matchup. Bishop pair for Aravind. Yesterday it was Kartik who had the bishop pair. Black's up a pawn, though. So it's Aravind who's defending. I mean, a pawn is a pawn. So many games one could look at. A Wonder 2-0 max. Yeah, Nihal Sarin. I wonder how Sarin's doing. Obviously, I predicted Sarin to come out ahead in this matchup. How's he doing here? Oh, it is a mess of a mess. The black queen is in. The knight is in. The rook is in. Black looks pretty good. Oof, bad news, folks. Bad news. Kostya's missing a dongle or an adapter thingamajiggy. Let me first maybe get a grip on this game here of Nihal Sarin's, shall we? And Kostya also wants to remind folks that we have Arena Kings today at I think 9 a.m. Pacific. It's a huge blitz arena where we need every dojoer who feels like playing blitz to play because it counts tons and tons of scores. Last month, I think they counted the top 30 players from a team. And so, you know, it's us against all the other teams in the world, all the other groups of associated chess friends. Odysseus, who's been watching this game, points out that we should probably be playing rook takes b5 for Nihal here. They've just made time control like one move before. Queen e4 check, knight f3, rook c2. Here they made time control. So, you know, they're spending time getting reoriented to the game. Nihal's played one of these e takes f4 ugly exchange Queen's Gambit structures that Jesse mentioned before. Yeah, rook b5 certainly makes some sense here. Because otherwise, honestly, White's position might be bad, you know? This pawn could be hanging. This pawn's a little bit weak. All the black pieces are on strong squares here. I mean, I think fundamentally Stamatis Korkolos Arditis. I think fundamentally has a very sound position here for black. But the one thing that's a little bad is this knight, this diagonal, the king kind of being stuck in a little bit by this f5 pawn until white loses it. So very logical to start off like so. Tim says, what about just knight d5? Similar idea. Much simpler idea. Okay, let's get a quick look at knight d5. Yeah. Good idea. Good idea, Tim. So knight d5. And threat is knight f6 check with mate and a queen. Win. Rook f2, king f2 is not it. Queen f3 is not it. Queen d5, check here. Boom. And white's winning the endgame. That leaves black with the bad knight and the pawn's under pressure. Knight d5, c d5 first. Perhaps rook takes here. With the idea of queen d5 trading into an endgame, right? This would be a very good endgame. And maybe we even do something like this. No, that doesn't particularly help. Yeah, I guess white's got a solid extra pawn here. Great idea, Tim Westland. Yeah, I think Nihal can just take on d5 with the knight. Let me recalculate. Rook c3, knight f6. Knight f6 is double checked. There's not that many moves for black here. King h8. Knight e3. Huh. Wow. Looks like he's got knight d5, folks. Winning a pawn for Nihal right here. I don't know what rating adjusted means, random 1200 elo guy. But if I recall correctly, the arena is about 2 hours. You don't necessarily have to play the whole thing to contribute. You just play some whatever number of games you want in the arena. I wonder Liang could get really far in this tournament if he's on form. He's in a slightly soft spot of the bracket. It's looking nice for a wonder. Aravind against Karthik. Rook back to h1, knight e5. Check here, check. How are you defending f2? Was f2 attacked? f2's not attacked. Knight d5. Why do I need to defend f2? I mean, other than with the king. In general, it is Foo's chess. Yeah. So, for example, at a certain point in the bracket, it's 1 versus 9 when they get down to 2 versus 8, 3 versus 7, something like that. Wait, that doesn't quite make sense. Normally it would be 1 versus 8, right? Do I have the seedings wrong? Knight d5, cd5, rook d5. Okay. cd5, rook d5, queen e2. Wowzer. I didn't see that, Odysseus. Wow. Uh-oh. Now it gets hectic for white to now it gets hectic for white to even avoid checkmate, right? We've got to move from Nihal. And he's gone for the exchange sack. Right on Nihal. Okay, so this situation, very dangerous. This is about to be checkmate. You could throw in a check here and h4 to try and run with your king. But then potentially h5 is the final nail in the coffin, and black wins the game off of the breakthrough on the white king. So Nihal goes for rook takes b5 and knight d5. This was the first idea suggested to us by Odysseus. Was to sack the exchange. I figured it would probably go this direction, threatening some things. If rook c4, knight e3, you probably win back your exchange decently for white. King h8, maybe play knight e3, and after the rook moves, queen b5. And then a long game where the knight is going to try and show what it can do versus a rook. Maybe there's also queen f7 for black to watch out for, depending where they put the rook. As long as you have rook c8, you're okay, right? But if I committed to the wrong place, I might actually not have a good defense to my back rank. It looks like number 2 is versus number 63, so that's what we would expect, like 1 versus 64. 21 versus 44 is correct as well. But next round, in theory, oh yeah, Gugesh could be against 64 or 65, depending who won. I just put him against 65. I maybe wrongly predicted that matchup. And Abdusattorov is number 8, not number 9. Yeah, so it's exactly the typical pairings of 1 versus 64, etc. Okay, so chat, some folks in chat are wondering on king h8, why not knight e7? threatening checkmate. Brilliant move with the idea of queen e7, queen takes c2. But knight e7 in this position without the double check. Black can go rook c4, blocking the queen out. And I don't know exactly what happens, but it looks like the game continues for the moment. The best move I see is queen b5. Maybe black could play rook d4 then, although there's queen e8. I mean, that's pretty interesting. If rook d4, queen e8 looks winning. So maybe rook c7 so that we can answer queen e8 with queen e7. We might need to do that. Then knight d5. And yeah, honestly, the game goes on. The game goes on. That's perfectly playable for white. We could get that kind of a variation, I think. Well, we should blunder check that, but knight e7, rook c4, queen b5. Is there a blunder here? Yeah, looks like this is playable. This line could happen, I think. I'm going to scroll here for a second. Sevian and Jingyao Tin going into tie breaks. Jordan van Foreest has qualified with a win with black this round. Harikrishna. Maksudlu still playing with Motilyov. Maksudlu has an advantage in that game. Hushinbeth and Yakubayev. Exchange up for Yakubayev. Bluebaum, let's have a quick look at Matthias Bluebaum. He won the first round, the first game yesterday. And he's got a very complicated position here. Wait, they're further along than this. Under a little pressure from, oddly, white with the outpost on b6 and pressure against the a pawn. Perhaps currently threatening bishop a6, queen a6, queen c6. So Bluebaum under some pressure here. Rook c3, nice move, somebody says somewhere. Rook c3 where? In Nihal's game? Is there knight e7, rook c3? Not yet. Knight e7, rook c4, queen b5, rook c3. Maybe there. Let's see. Knight e7, rook c4, queen b5, rook c3. Allowing queen e8 and mating. Oh, nice find. Nice find, introverted bot. Oh, so many highlights today, Skibix. Today, a bunch of top GMs got beaten and knocked out by surprise. We had Nepo losing an endgame to Diptyon Ghosh. Actually, Titas Stremavicius may or may not ever win this against So. Interesting idea to bring the king over here where it can hide better. Very interesting idea. I guess this game's still complicated. Yeah, Nepo's out, so he's not in the candidates. What other... We had some other big matchups. Let me try and think. Oh, we saw Mamedyarov lose, but he's not out yet. It was just the second game. He'd won the first game. He lost to Gurgai. That was a huge result. Prague is going into tie breaks tomorrow. Vincent 1-2-0. Makhniov from Kazakhstan took Noterbek to tie breaks. We watched Hans Niemann's match versus Lorenzo Loiodice. It was a really exciting game. Rapport wins 2-0. Levon wins 2-0. Sindarov held on to his match. Leko had a great game. He won. And is and Leko is into the third round. Shanklin beat Ivanchuk a second game, so he was 2-0. Fausti drew with Vidit again, so they're going into tie breaks. And let's have a quick look at Georg Meyer against Volodar Murzin. Meyer is an old friend of mine, but I didn't rate his chances super highly against a very talented young star here in Volodar Murzin. But he won the first game yesterday, and he's got white today, and probably a slightly advantageous position for Meyer. So he could definitely get through to round 3. He would need to hold this game, which looks doable. He's not originally from Uruguay. He's originally born in Germany. But he had dual citizenship. And he's been back and forth a couple times. Or a bunch of times. And so I should make clear, Skibix. Georg represented Germany for most of his earlier career. And at some point switched federations to Uruguay. No, I don't know the details of Meyer's difficulties with the German Federation. I may have known some of them long ago and forgotten them. Yeah, I feel like it's something I've just forgotten. So many federations have, for so many years been so unsupportive of their players that hard to remember exactly what issue was which issue was which. Let me see the developments in Gukesh's game since Merzin's having a long think here. I agree, Skibix. I think the Bundesliga sounds amazing. Yeah, Black's Brooklyn A2 is nice in the Meyer game. Maybe it's a stretch to say that. Maybe it's a stretch to say here that that white is slightly preferable, but having draw odds makes it overall pretty comfortable if it's a fairly equal position. I guess I felt like the black minor pieces were a little bit choked up, but it's true, they've got room. The rooks are fine. There's an isolated pawn. Maybe it's just full equality. Just an interesting position. Yeah, I think I may agree with you there, Foos. So let's see the developments in Gukesh's game. So he had just won a pawn, put some pressure on the A file. Nogerbek tied to A2, brings the queen around, and the knight comes back. Huh. Yeah, he's switching to the now open file for his rooks to put pressure. Now he's got a way to get the bishop out at b5. Oh, yeah, Jesse was right that Gukesh is basically just winning because the knight on c4 strong enough. He's applying pressure on the A file. The bishop can get out eventually. He's got space. So yeah, he's doing very nicely here, preparing maybe bishop a4 to trade off the bad bishop and break through. This is probably a winning position for Gukesh. Gukesh played pretty well at the European Club Cup. Now Jesse was talking about him being in crisis because Jesse may have missed the European Club Cup. He might be thinking about, the Grand Swiss, which was Gukesh's previous tournament, which went badly, but Club Cup went fine. And yeah, he's obviously does want to win some games and get into the next round. Finally, white challenges this knight on c4. I sort of vaguely expected white might play knight e3 long ago. Gukesh gives that trade. I think he's going to play bishop a4 afterwards and take, although bishop b5 c4 could pile on pressure even longer maybe, but yeah. Yeah, bishop c5, c4, b5, c4. Even longer term pressure, and you control the c file. You can build up and try and win the pawn. Yeah. On a2 or b3. Right? It doesn't interfere with your rook's action. And you can play queen a6 and look at getting into these squares maybe if white messes up, just as an extra threat. It's an exchange Caro-Kann Skibix, and the story is fairly complicated, but this pawn structure here may be recognizable as an exchange Caro-Kann, similar to an exchange Queen's Gambit pawn structure, right? Sometimes called the Carlsbad structure. From this structure, Gukesh was able to pressure the c-pawn, and ultimately, to defend white's c-pawn, they had to use knight c5 to block the file once black went for b5, b4, right? So for a while he's pressuring the c file, they're maneuvering the knights, and now the threat to c3 causes white to block the file with a knight. When the knight's on c5, it looks nicely rock solid there, blocking black's rook's play. But that allows you to push past. Now, that may or may not be enough to win, but that allows you to grab space. Then you still need to get past this knight, because you have to open up the game at some point to make progress. If this pawn weren't doubled, he might have chances to sort of swarm the king side, because he could sort of slowly advance all these pawns. But the doubled pawn keeps him from breaking through f4 and g5, so he has to come and squeeze on the queen side. But yeah, just the power of that knight, he manages to get his queen in, win a pawn. Once he's up a pawn, retracts the queen, puts the pressure on the a file. And so, there you have it. White chose to play b3 at the very beginning, Foos, and it was an unusual move, but it was their willing decision and idea. I raised an eyebrow when I saw it, but Nogerbek knows what he was doing better than we do as far as that. Nogerbek's aware
of the implications and thought that he had a fresh idea. Arvin's position looked tough to me last I looked. Let's see. Ooh. It's a different kind of tough now. The major danger seems to be Black's king coming to c4. Ooh, it looks kind of lost. Oh, you can move the bishop away. The king and pawn ending is lost, I'm pretty sure. He's played bishop e3. This, I think, I'm pretty sure this is lost. Oh, here's an even easier idea. I was going to go here, here, freeze white, and then, you know, a5. But this is really, really winning. You go here, 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 here. Something like this, right? No, then we don't get there. Let's see. How do you want to time it? Okay, maybe we do have to go this way. I guess this was the easier way after all. So the king and pawn ending's lost, but what I realize is white can just move the bishop away somewhere, right? And then when you move the bishop to move your king through, then they come back here and take away the square again. So I think Gukesh will win the Gukesh game, Skivix. Yes. He's up a pawn and very, very advantageous position in addition to the pawn, I think. The a2 pawn is the weakest pawn on that board, right? He's got a space advantage. His pieces are all a little bit more active at the moment. I mean, everything tells me that Gukesh will eventually win that game. This Lyco game was great. Okay, so we're looking at this endgame here in its final stages, right? Bishop e3 played. Oh, right, and I was going to go look. Somebody told me that there was a queen trade in Wesley's game. Bishop d7. Could play g4. What is white hoping for here? Wesley's not fully a piece down. Wesley's got two passed pawns for the piece. At this point, it seems like. Maybe just walking the king over? Hang on, let me see. Or maybe just here. Maybe king g3. Oh, he traded. Oh my goodness. That looks like a chump move. King g3. Now you could take. Pawn takes. King here. Pawn here. Here. And white would win. I think. King here. King here. Frozen. And white would win. I'm sorry, folks. This looks like a chump move to me. HG4. What on earth? Fair enough, Skibix. In the endgame, though, you definitely got to count the pawns, too. HG4? King E2. So G3, bishop here. I mean, I'm still not sure why I can win this. That trade looked like a chump move. This is the right rook pawn, so Wesley needs to completely freeze white on the king side. Ay, ay, ay. You think G3 is a relatively easy draw, this line here? Maybe bishop H3 and then just sort of king here, here. And if white ever tries to squeeze the black king, it allows this. Here you eventually get squeezed and lose everything. Here, here. That's a Zugzwang also. Wow. I'm not sure exactly when Skibix, sorry. King E2, G3, bishop H3. Maybe you're thinking here. And there's bishop here. And basically white's going to wrap up all these pawns. I put the king on h4 to defend the pawn. But oops. Here's the problem for black. If this were the wrong rook pawn, you could draw this 2 versus 2 here while the king's away. But here, I think you can't. Wait, maybe with this? No. Oh, yes. Huh. A4. King here. A5. King here. Bishop here. King here. Bishop takes king here. Hang on, sorry, I'm a little slow figuring this out. Draw. One more attempt. King b3. Boom. Wow. I'm struggling to win this position here. Okay, let's try this, this, this. This. This is a simple win. Well, Lhasa, I was first trying to see if white could win the pawns. I didn't have the experience to know white could eventually win the pawns. You could definitely try running the king over without advancing those pawns if you want as well. Okay, that sort of feels winning for white. G3's been played. So you're wondering about just running over? Well, the king's not that far over right now. If we don't do any pawn pushes and we just do something like this, then white's king never has to run away from these pawns, right? White just stays with you. And whatever, right? So we definitely have to do something on this side of the board. Wesley played G3 in the game. G3 and then run. So, I mean, I think I'd played bishop H3 against this before. King here, check, and then I went this way. So you could go this way. And now king F3, king D3, it feels like black draws just fine, right? Easily. But what if, since the king's not here to threaten doing anything with these pawns, white just says they are, whatchamacallit, they're frozen, and just brings the king over and says this bishop from a distance will take away some squares, and it can always go bishop h3, bishop f1, will zugzwang black like a million times. You see? So how does white make progress? Well, first of all, black has to move, right? So maybe black goes here, and white goes here, here. But this is the important question. If black could go king e3, if that's, you know, counterplay, which it looks like it is, then white might have to go back and black might be able to get a draw. Right? So in theory, I had an idea for white, but in practice, maybe not. Let's go back here. I won't give this check now. Let's play b3. I am planning to put the king on d2 and bishop on g2 and not let you have this square here. So now if king d4, I have to go here. And if king here, I have check. And the king does not yet break through. And I can start coming up. And if the king goes here, now I still have some work cut out for me. I have to somehow triangulate him or something. King can still draw like this. Yeah, I'm not sure white can win. That's kind of the situation they have right now, I think. Sorry. G3 was played and no other moves. So, yeah, so maybe the black king here on this fourth rank can do enough. Maybe white needs to play this super fancy move, not letting the king onto this square at the moment. Right? So the idea is we let black come back with this. Attack the pawn again. Here, and then take this diagonal. That's very close to queening. right? There's a certain terrifyingness to it, but the idea from white's perspective is to gain a little ground with the king. And white wants to, just gain more space. That's bishop c6 allowing h3. Bishop d7 attacking it. g2, king f2 doesn't look great for black, right? So I think we'd probably still try h2. Well, that's what I tried first, Lhasa, and people just yelled at me, why don't you bring your king over to the queen side? Because eventually, keeping my king on the king side, I always got frozen by white's king and bishop and had to walk away from my own pawns and hang them. So I came back here. You can hang out over on this side, right? If you want to. So this is where white's trying to corral you. Something like this eventually. I tried it once with pawns on these squares and once with pawns on these squares. And then we had to look at bringing the king over to the other side. So I don't yet see a clear draw for Wesley, nor a clear win for Titas. For me, the game still kind of hangs in the balance. He's tried bishop c6. See, keeping the king from coming across. So this is a really, really intricate endgame. So he allows h4, h3, right? Rather than allowing the black king to d4. Now the black king can sort of never get to d4 by force, right? White will always try and at least take that square from him. We've laid out a few variations. We've explored them a little bit. We're just not confident about them, right? 7 minutes for Wesley, 14 for Titas. So it feels like Wesley still feels like he's under some pressure. He's still, using his time here. Nepo down. Unbelievable. Let's see if any progress for Aravind against Kartik. Bishop c3, keeping the king out of d4 for the moment. An idea to try and come here, but for the moment there's check, so it would have to be a Zugzwang on white somehow. Ooh, they make a pawn move. That feels like Zugzwang. Okay, now black's really threatening this. And you can't bring your king over to defend it because of bishop d4 forcing a trade into the winning king and pawn ending. So white has to use the bishop to keep black's king out of e3, and that's the live position for them. It's bad news for Aravind that he already had to spend a move on a3. That's saying like somehow he's running out of his pawn moves. If king here, what does he have? Sorry, could even be king here, right? Then this has to be played. Now check allows king e3, so here white's frozen. You could just do something like this, right? They have to move the bishop on this diagonal. Can I wait on this diagonal as black? What does white have as a move that doesn't lose here? In theory, the move was like here. Now I can get this diagonal at least. Bishop this way. I think Aravin's losing. I haven't calculated a win, folks. That was not like a conclusion of the analysis. That was an instinct coming from the few variations I've looked at so far. Because I've thought of another plan for black, which is to bring this pawn all the way to e3, lodge the bishop on d2, pawn on a5, white's king stuck defending this. The black king can eventually have a plan of walking around and attacking e2 with the king, with our bishop established on d2. That feels like a winning plan to me. Okay, Foos has a suggestion for Wesley, which is to not push this pawn further and to play king e5 as Wesley played. And here Foos was going to say here, here, here. But recall, Foos, in this position, my next move for white was king d3, taking this square, and then my idea is b4 to push you back and get the d4 square for my king eventually. Sorry, king d6, right? I don't know if you want to play a5 or not. Probably you do. A pawn trade's not bad for black. You fight for your territory. I didn't analyze past this, but I had the plan of like getting to this position as white. And at some point, black might also run out of moves, right? They have to keep moving something all the time. Like potentially, you could get into a position like this. Oh no, you always have b5. Nice. So we could be looking at something like this, maybe. Oof, I lost here. Maybe I don't want to trade on b4. Maybe I want to trade on a5. White threatens a4, king here, b5, gaining more space. King on a7, and the white king comes to d5. So I guess I would be forced to trade, and I'm in the same boat as before. Okay, so we shouldn't bring our king this direction. But if we bring the king this way, one thing we have to calculate is this, right? Luckily, this works for black. King d6. So maybe white needs to continue the same process of like squeezing with the king, right? Look at this control that I have now. Trying to keep that king at bay. I'm looking if I can sneak across and eat this. Let's try here. Not quite. Very close. Looks like a draw. So we didn't win there yet. But it was scary, right? I mean, you saw how close we got. We're pushing black pretty far back here. Blowhot says blunder. I don't know. There may be blunders. Let's see what's happening in the game. King e5, king e3, h3, bishop d7. So now it'll either be h2, bishop back to c6, right? Or g2, king f2, in which case white cleans them up pretty fast. Let's quickly check this one. So this position is a win. We've seen this before. So right here, black could play this, and then there's takes here, which is also a win. Okay, let's see what Wesley chooses. I think it'll be h2. Yep, h2. Bishop back to c6, king d6. So bishop's going to drop back. The king's going to come over. I don't know who may or may not have made a blunder. This endgame is on a knife's edge the whole time, right? For Wesley, the chance to lose. For Titas, the chance to blow it and draw. We don't know what the correct result should be, but we know that the players are each teetering on that edge. Let me go back to Arvin's endgame for a second. Kartik brings the king, pushes the other king, spends time on this diagonal. It's exactly the process I was expecting, and then I was thinking bishop here next, taking over a slightly more valuable diagonal where you pressure b4. Playing it very, very well, I think. Wesley drew game 1, Jacob. So if he loses this game, he is out. I think we mostly won for white after g3, h2. Yeah, Lassus on a skak. The thing about h3, about this, is this pawn's closer to queening, but this pawn's closer to the king capturing it than a pawn on h4, right? So there's some cases where you can capture it and maybe get back faster, depending. I mean, first we need to bring the king here and get control of this. We don't have 100% clarity on any of this, though. Through c4 and b3 instead in that line, Foos. Okay. I hope it's not too confusing to folks that we're going through this one here. You're saying here you could go like this, but then white plays check, taking away that square. And maybe check, taking away that square too, and then takes. And now you're going this way, and this will be a loss as well. Unless I might be in the wrong variations. Bishop g2, king c5. This is a live position. I think white has to bring the king over and try to push the black king back with b4. But he's thinking about it. One of the more obvious moves to my mind, there were a lot of moves that were really confusing. Here, I don't see... Oh, there's b3 is another option for white. Yes. b3 definitely also an option here. But I don't see anything wrong with king d3. I guess an advantage of b3... What would it be? Your king would be closer here. If black did this, maybe you could just come here and win. Like that, right? So b3 has the advantage of maybe you're just going to go take over there. Is there any chance he's also calculating this? This is a dead draw. He can't be calculating that. No. He can't go for these pawns. He's got to take away b3. Got to take away b3. Karthik beat Roberto Garcia in the first round, 1.5 to 1/2. Drew the first game against Arvind yesterday. Oh, this tournament is intense. It is intense. Let's see how Georg's doing. Lodged the rook on c8, but he's left with the bad bishop versus the knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still 5 pawns against 5. The b pawn is trying to keep black honest. The rook gets active, trying to do double duty. Idea to bring this rook into the game. White maybe needs to trade one rook to make this pawn stronger. We got some very interesting endings here indeed. What else is still going? Woodward lost to Kirill Alexeyenko. Nogerbek lost to Gukesh. We saw the position around here. Oh, the e-pawn creeps forward. Evil. Evil wins in exchange. Oh, and the queen. Well, that's basically winning the a-pawn with queen b2. Nice little tactic. Clean mop-up from Gukesh. He's on to round 3. Yes! Yes! And how's Nihal Sarin against Stamatis going? This game was intense as well. King h8. He plays knight c3. Wow. So somebody in chat found a refutation to knight e7 that was insane. But knight e3 was the more basic move, I thought. Instead, he plays knight c3. Knight b5. Does not look like he has enough for the exchange here, does it? But he comes in with the queen. Knight d6 could be interesting here too. Knight c7 the move. What's going on now? g4. The queen's defending this knight. That's what's going on. Check, check. The king can't go in here because queen c7's check. Recovers the knight. Material is equal again. Grabs the central pawn. Knight e4 threatening queen d7. It feels like the game can only end in a draw at best for Nihal, because black can give a repetition for sure, right? On this king. If the knight moves, there will be knight f6 check with mate. If the knight doesn't move, he'll always have queen takes knight. So does Stamatis have any way to keep playing, or does he have to give the perpetual check? Well, you could anticipate answering this with this, right? Like something here. Then queen takes, and he drops one of these pawns, also equal. There's a chance that there's some genius move for Stamatis here. But probably this knight is passive enough and this king open enough that this game is a draw. Which means... that Nihal and Stamatis will play a tiebreaker tomorrow. Probably. Alright, here's the plan. E5. King c4! Oh my god! Oh, I see why he brought the king. Black was threatening bishop f4. Bishop moves somewhere, king here. So he lets the king into c4. And then he tries to stop the a5 break. Oh man, Arvin's gonna get booted. Will Wesley go 2? Will Wesley go 2? King c5, b3 finally played, a5. King comes across. So a4, he can just take it. If the king retreats, he'll come forward. If he moves this pawn, play something like this. Black wins there. Maybe white shouldn't play here. Maybe white should wait. And now you just win by coming over here. Very, very easy. Oh, this has been played now. b5 and bishop f3 have been played. Just waiting. You just like play as many moves as you want, right? And I'll push pass and leave all these pawns on. And Fu says instead of b4, try shuffling king b6. But look, the bishop's taking your squares from you. You're going to run out of squares in a moment. Oh, it's looking really rough for Wesley. Goes this way, so against king c5, he can come here and here for counterplay. Now, my feeling is that here b4 looks tough for black. Because the idea is that white can cover this square with the pawn, this square with the bishop, this square with the king, and then like very quickly eat one of these pawns without opening up a lot of room for black. Try and post it for you. Hey Sushan, 5 to 6 hours a day to train chess. What should you train in the first few hours and the later hours? You know, Sushan, to give you a more precisely tailored training plan, I would really have to have seen a lot of your games, know what your strengths and weaknesses are, what you enjoy most, you know, how you learn, you know, do you learn more from practicing, from reading, from et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, and you're talking like, you're asking questions that would take like hours and hours of private advice. These aren't like 2-sentence answers that you're asking me for. There's no way for me to provide that in the middle of a show that's meant for, you know, 100 people watching a tournament. You know, you could join the training program and follow the advice in there in terms of what tasks to do. Generally speaking, there's a tip that if you study endgames at the end of your 5 or 6 hours when you're more tired, that imitates how it would be in an actual tournament where you would be tired when you're getting endgames. That's like one little tip, but I mean that's not like a training plan. Like how to spend your 5 or 6 hours a day. Like I mean, I would need hours and hours to answer your question, I'm afraid. I don't have a way to answer it in 5 minutes without seeing your games. Yeah, bishop e4 was not a move I expected here from Strumovicius, so I don't know what the intended follow-up is from this move. Could it maybe be king d5, taking one more square away? Looking to kind of squeeze this king further. Now he's trapped over here. Yeah, and then use the bishop to defend. King d5. Okay. So that was Titus's concept. Was to advance the king. This has been a very, very interesting endgame. Really showing the value of king position. Similarly, this one, right? With one bishop each. This one up a bishop, but against two connected passed pawns, keeping the bishop somewhat in check. We see these huge battles for position for the kings. King g5, king e5, king g4, bishop g2. All these moves that we just looked at, and it seems probably winning for white here. a4, so the bishop can always go defend the pawn on a light square. Nice move. Oh, that's evil. I feel like Titus sees the finish line at this point, folks. I think he sees all the way to the end. He knows he's got him. He knows he's got him. Whew. Hot damn. By the way, even if black passes the move to white like this, with the opposition, white can always eventually outflank this king here because it lacks some squares for one reason or another. The bishop covering a square or a pawn being in the way. So here you'd go here, here, here. Black can't follow you keeping the opposition. And when they move somewhere else, you advance towards this goal. Man, oh man. This is like an epic game for Titus. I mean, it did not seem easy at any point this game. Is it resignable now? I feel like it. I feel like we're pretty much there. But normally you play a few more moves in these positions. But yeah, this move kind of closes it out because any scenario where the black king runs around while you go here, white will now be able to defend the last pawn with the bishop and win easily. So this is, I mean, I feel that Titus sees the end. That means Wesley probably feels that Titus sees the end. Once you feel that 100% confidence from your opponent, it kind of inclines you to give up. One more move from Wesley. And there may be more. I'm just saying he didn't resign yet. Mike, you tried playing out this endgame as white and you managed to lose it sometimes? That's totally possible. Sorry for eating a bit on stream, folks, but to do these 5-6 hour streams and then also take care of my kids, I have to. I have no time to eat and sleep in my day. It's my hours are squeezed, so I gotta at least get in a few bites. I need some more water too. I'll be right back. Just a second. We'll close out this endgame and the Karthik endgame. A shout out to Felix for drawing Yu Yang Yi 2 games in a row from worst positions in tough end games, and Yu Yang Yi is very good at end games. So yes, shout out for sure to Felix Bloberger of Austria, I think. There's a Twitch category called sleeping. All right. And here Wesley has resigned. Next, he's going to get pushed off of this pawn. So that's Wesley out. In his very first match, it's round 2, but Wesley had a bye in round 1, right? So Wesley, Nepo, any top seed losing this round is losing their very first match. 200-point rating favorites. Incredible. So that's at least 2 in one day of the top seeds. Mr. Pizza thinks that A4 was the drawing move giving away White's advantage. Oh. Well, I didn't notice that A4 was the drawing move, nor did Wesley. Okay. So resigned in equal position. Says somebody else as well. And a third person, Nilo, says final position is a draw. Wow. That's interesting. So some of us are using computer engines while watching. And apparently the game is not over, despite Titus, Wesley, and everyone here not using an engine, seeing the same winning situation. What is left here for him to do? Is there some kind of sack, maybe? Let me see something. Like here, maybe? Is there any trick like this? And if White takes, it's a stalemate. And if White waits, then you just wait around as well. And this diagonal's so short that they can't move away. You just keep going. And this is always a stalemate? Is that what was going on, folks? So who knows, Foos? There's an advantage to having the black pawn on h2 instead of h4. You can sack it on h1 to get your king into the corner and stalemate yourself right here, h1. And then you go hide. So the thing is, Foos, as you were saying, right? Like, there's theoretical assessments of, like, this should be better here or here for this reason or that. And then there's analysis, right? And, like, there's weird little details to all of these situations. So the reason that a4 fixing the pawns was a mistake, allowing white to always defend the pawns easily on that side, is that meant there were stalemates on the other side. But could black not have forced that anyway at some point? I don't know. Gosh, this endgame was even tougher than it was looking to us. Let's say white had just started doing this, right? Same operation without fixing these pawns. Idea being to take over like this, right? Can black not at some point play a move like this? Takes. And do something similar, right? No, because now white just walks away from the whole situation. Oh. And then just heads here with the king. Endgames are unsolvable, says Kuribo. But look, Kuribo, the fact that they're unsolvable just means it's another area of the game in which you can outplay people, right? You can increase your skills compared to theirs, and you can, draw bad positions and win equal positions or win good positions. It's like a fun thing to solve. I mean, do you think like gambits and tactics are solvable? They're also unsolvable. Chess is like a vast ocean of puzzles and problems that are just around the maximum of human reach. We can solve some of them given enough time. We can't solve all of them. And, you're welcome to be an endgame player or a positional player or a tactical player, whatever you want. Either way, there's going to be enough delights for you. There's no reason you can't play positionally just because endgames are tough. Now, let's see in the game why the king couldn't walk away, right? In this stalemate line that we just found. So here. What if the king walks away? That walking away just worked really well. Let's hang on again. Okay, so that's why. This is why somebody in chat said, actually, the stalemate idea, it's only after King h4, King f3, then you play the stalemate idea. Remember, somebody said that? They probably didn't yet know why, but it's this computer reason here. You need the white king one step further away to draw the king upon ending like this if they run away from the king side instead of taking your pawns and stalemating you. Oh, my bracket 2, Glassy Boy. I had ADs going ahead in this round. So, you see, that's why you have to go king h4 as black before you throw the h1 sacrifice. Yeah. So, whew. Incredible. David, how can you ever tell me to study endings in super GMs can resign dead drawn positions? I mean, you're not studying them because you're going to play perfectly, right? You're going to study them because you enjoy them. I study endgames because I enjoy them, not because I think I'm going to play them perfectly. I mean, if you don't see the idea of H1, Wesley doesn't save the game by not resigning, right? In his mind, he was about to play what? Like here, 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 here. In his mind, that's what he saw. If that's all he sees, and by the way, folks, bear in mind, Wesley had like 50 seconds at the end there. If that's all you see, I mean, at some point you can resign. It's the same thing as, it's the same thing to resign or to, walk away with your king and let white take all your pawns. But it's very cool, right? And that even this stalemate idea here loses badly to white just walking away, right? You can only implement it by walking all the way to the edge of the board. And only at the last step you do this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming. All right, folks. So, it is breakfast time here in California. Looks like Karthik has not finished the game off yet. He somehow won the A3 pawn, and the game is still going. I'm gonna give you the link to the game because I'm gonna have to leave here. Okay, and Mr. Pizza adds that Wesley actually had 13 seconds as far as he could tell as the game was ending, and then they added some time there. So, yeah, I agree, Kapsu. I'm sorry he's not the one here with you right now. So I'm gonna go take care of breakfast and lunches and all that good stuff, and enjoy the rest of like a few endgames that are still going here in the tournament. For anyone interested, maybe actually let me give you the link to all the games here, and consider supporting some of the dojo's free content at some point if you can by supporting us on Patreon or with a one-time donation to help us justify continuing to do all these free tournament coverages. Wishing you all the best. Have a great day or night or whatever it is, wherever you are. Should I also send a raid somewhere maybe where they're looking at this? I actually don't even see a stream covering this. Is there no stream covering this tournament? There must be a FIDE stream, but I don't see it.